it's all over the place. Isn't that the point?
Well, you kind of need to be able to see when you're climbing, because otherwise you could miss what you're trying to go for, and
Listen,
you should know it by
disaster.
Come on.
It's the heart of the mountain, okay? You just gotta close your eyes, feel it with your fingertips, and go.
I feel like if this was on YouTube, you'd have to be like, please note that Mythical Rollers is not responsible for any damages incurred by following the heart of the mountain. Please
Oh no,
this
is definitely on YouTube, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, then I'll get my PSA voice on again for you. Mythical Rollers is not responsible for any injuries incurred by following the heart of the mountain. Please do so at your own risk. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Oh, it's fantastic. Well, following the heart of the mountain, who wants to give the recap of our 6-hour and 34-minute long game last time? Oh my. You know, I did say it was going to be long and kind of brutal. And, I mean, I had a great time. I don't know about anybody else, but I had a great time.
I don't have that many notes. I think I was in terror the whole time.
My notes are, this ritual is go time, and then it's like, and then it ends when Strahd shows up, and I went, oh no.
It's go time, Strahd shows up, I'm out.
I have exactly those things written down, Amanda. It's go time. Oh no.
And then I have Rajir Hart now egg. He's waking. Instead of, that was it.
Yeah, we went through the ritual, we succeeded, but immediately after, Strahd showed up.
Misery too, that's right.
Shit.
Took Rajir's heart and crushed it. Misery became a god of some kind, potentially.
Misery became
threw Strahd out of the ring like the bitch he is, and then proceeded to take the egg and shove it into Rajir to replace his heart, bringing him back. You know, and then we kind of ended there.
I see you guys have, like, only the 3 important things. Everything else is meh. The 6 hours was nothing. All that matters is the last 30 minutes.
It's repeated, oh no, oh no, oh no, over and over again. Hello, Strahd. Oh no. Oh no, Misery's extra hot now. No.
Technically, there's the part where Val stabbed Misery, you know, that whole shenanigan that turned her into a potential god, but, you know.
I have oh no, Val stabs.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you got a whole lot of oh no's.
Oh no!
Oh wow.
This is what happens when you're traumatized.
We did?
You pushed it out of your mind?
I should say, while everyone else was fighting, I did potentially save our allies, because that's what I thought was a priority. So.
Oh, except for our poor Lich friend who got eaten, who saved us.
Yeah.
Poor Lich friend.
Rest in peace, my potential boyfriend.
My poor Lich friend.
Wow.
Maybe Goddess Misery will get back. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, that's the gist of it.
Everyone's having a bad time. Oh no.
Pretty much. We do have a note that there were 2 mythical tokens used.
Oh yeah, great uses too, by the way.
Yep.
Without them.
Val and Archie.
Yeah.
I like you guys start at the end of the evening and are working your guys' way backwards. On how it all started.
To get the important shit done first.
And you love us. It's fine. You knew this. You expected brains to be linear? That's funny.
Yeah, my bad.
Oh yeah, like Misery like collapsed or something. So the last note I wrote was healing hands on Misery. First thing I should do next session. So.
Val betrayed us? ? Oh no.
Oh yeah, you
breathing. Less. Oh no. Actual quote.
This is the sloppiest recap you guys have ever done.
Look, to be fair.
To be fair, I warned you for months.
Look, just because we were ready doesn't mean we were bent over correctly. Okay?
Doesn't mean you were ready?
Things happen.
Just because you were ready doesn't mean you were ready?
No. I never take good notes, and the fact that we were in combat most of the time meant that the mind notes are even worse. So you should have expected this from me.
Rothund, I expect absolutely nothing from you, so it's all good. It's not Crown of the Oathbreaker where I expect you to be the librarian.
Yeah.
You got some good notes in there. You got the important
Let's just compare this real quick. Notes for Curse of Strahd is right there. That little section. That's all I got.
For years.
The other one is almost this entire book is filled for the other one already.
I only play one game with you, so I only see the proof of the Strahd. So I don't believe the other one exists.
The one for Rhyme is still the best because of the penis elevator cartoon driven.
Yeah. I've got that right here because it's the last page on the book right now. Every time when we're doing recap, because it comes up, we have a giant penis elevator, and I have this drawing for it that just comes up.
A penis elevator. Why is a penis elevator in every recap? Why is that not a Strahd thing? It seems like more of a Strahd thing.
Oh, it's a giant, black, throbbing, purple-veined penis. I don't know.
Penis
Valguin, come on. What is it called?
It's a gigantic, black, throbbing, purple-veined mushroom penis elevator.
Okay.
And it's canon that it's called this because we even told the story to a Fae to encourage them to allow us to leave the Fae realm back to our own.
Yep.
And I used like minor illusion or some shit to show this elevator during the story, which is why I have it drawn on my book right here.
Yeah. And what did you guys nickname my poor Marshal sheriff, my Sheriff Marshal?
Oh yeah, I've got that here.
Is that
elevator?
No, but something equally ridiculous.
It's like
Chief Marshal, Sheriff Markham Southwell III, twice removed.
Yeah, there you go.
NPC names are never sacred. If they can be bastardized, they will be.
They will be.
Hence the whole lasagna coven, the pasta coven.
That's
I
right.
think this happened because some people call them chief, some people call them sheriff, and so we're just like, let's just combine it all.
Sheriff Marshal.
Well, he kept saying Marshal, then other people would call him like Sheriff. So it turns out his first name was Marshall.
His first name was Marshall. He was the sheriff of Bridgeshire.
And so that's how it turned into the nonsense that it did. It's because like we kept calling him different things, and then he's like, by the way, his first name's Marshall. Well, now you tell us, obviously it's Marshall Sheriff Marshall now. And then it just devolved from there.
I think this is why my notes just say "oh no," because how do you write stuff like that down?
Oh my goodness.
I write all the good stuff like that down because even rhymed, I don't have a ton of notes. I have a decent amount, but I have stuff like that written down.
All right.
10 out of 10 recap, guys. We did amazing.
That's exactly what happened.
In that order, too.
Yeah.
Oh, we forgot a very important thing. I have my flesh cat back.
Ooh, yeah.
No, we skipped that part of the recap. That's been taken off. That's not back anymore.
No,
It's
I
gone.
added it. It came in on the mushroom dick.
What?
It's just Echo coming
You know
up.
what? That makes what you said even worse.
Echo's coming on the mushroom deck. Wow. And now in the notes, you guys should have "oh no" written now. This is the "oh no" part.
Oh no. Yeah.
Oh no, Echo's coming in on a mushroom dick. 10-4, first note for the day.
The worst enemy we've yet to face.
Echo's the true BBEG. We didn't know this. It wasn't Strahd. It's been Echo this whole time.
Oh, my lords. Well, last time on Curse of Strahd. Not exactly in that particular order. You guys finally, after months, finally started the ritual. And some of you hesitated. And some of you that were able to get glimpses of the in-between of being able to come back to this plane before being forced back into the shadow of memory, notice that the hesitation caused corruption and was very close to reaching both Misery and Regier. But, thankfully, Valgwyn, in a Chad move, stabbed himself in the heart with Severance and decided, you know what, everybody loves bacon, and forced the old bacon of hope with the Starstone and a blending with a mythical token, a blending with Spirit Guardians to impose some difficult terrain. In between, while you guys were all in your shadow memories making the decisions or indecisions that you were doing, on the outside, Druidic cultists and barbarians were coming up and over and through and still being zapped by lightning, but still pushing. And your allies that you had decided to make the werewolves were fending them off, albeit with some sacrifice. With a well-timed and well-played additional mercy token to burn some aura and force everybody for a period of time out of the shadow memories, you guys had some friends show up. And Zakenra, what looked like Lulu, which you figured out eventually wasn't, but it looked like Lulu showing up, Sarastra, and Lord Greywell himself. Using some dope spells of forced cages and some intense fighting, really, considering how many it was against how many it was. It came down pretty close. But Stunning Strike really saved the fucking day by just keeping Sarastra out of fucking initiative. Just like, no bitch, can't go anywhere, can't do anything. And because you can't make dex saves, your guys' lich friend took that opportunity to collect his payment, casting a disintegration ray right at where that hand would meet. And she auto-fails her save, and she went into nothing as your lich friend removed his own hand with the last residual bits of that arcane energy, slapping the hand of Vecna on himself before disappearing back into shadows. And as bits of memory and things kept retaking over with, Lord Greywell running away, Zakenra going down, dropping a super cool mace that Rothund made his choice to grab, and then the sword he was holding vibrated, and he took that as a bad sign and decided not to grab the mace. Instead, he put that mace right in his hole for safekeeping.
Mm-hmm.
As the ritual itself seemingly coming to a close, after Rothund hurting werewolves around and getting cultists dead, and cultists, druids, and barbarians dead, eventually those werewolves did leave. But, so too did man, I can't think of his name. I don't want to keep calling him Greywell. Florian. There it is.
Yeah.
As you guys thought everything was over, Valgwyn has a knife in hand and stabs Misery. And as that happens, a secondary ritual gets burned into the ground. Right over what seemed like a purified and slow to recover Regier, tendrils of energy wrapping around him and holding him down. You all were kind of frozen in terror and shock and what? Just unable to process. The brain does not compute. Broken. How? What? As a burst of energy was coming out of that amber egg, and Regier was forced to do something. Some kind of breath attack seemed to be forced out of him. And when that happened, your lich friend, whose phylactery was the amber egg, was in the middle of that. And you watched as he, with the hand, were kind of overtaken by whatever that was and just kind of vanished. And as that dark energy and the energy from Regier slams into Misery, you see a kind of strange cocoon form around her of a dark red and black. And as it stops, you guys can see a light within it pulsing, almost like a heartbeat. Bum bum. Bum bum. And as some of you walked over to Regier to figure out what the heck is going on, some over to Valgwyn as he just fucking stabbed Misery. What the fuck is going on here? Our good friend Strahd arrives and wonders what you're all doing here. And you all were like, well, about that. Die, motherfucker, die! To which all the attacks, the forcing of tricks because of the sword straight to Strahd, with Rothund and his sword guiding him, directing him, forcing him also to Strahd. All the attacks that happened, all the damage that hit him, just laughs it off. You guys had to make a save and failed. In the meantime, that Misery in the cocoon is beating against it harder and harder as Valgwyn asks Wit to move him over there because worst case scenario, gotta save Misery. Hopefully save Misery. And you guys watched in horror as Strahd plunged his clawed hand into the weakened flesh of Regier, pulling out the dragon heart. As he laughs while crushing it, consuming the blood coming out of it, and did consume a good portion of it before throwing it on the ground and stepping on it. In the meanwhile, laughing and telling you all that you're still invited to the wedding. Misery at that moment breaks out of that cocoon. The strange, thick, dark red liquid just spilling out. And as this creature comes out of this, taller than you remember Misery. Almost 13 feet tall, not including the height of the horns. As that liquid starts to very thickly come off of her body as she stumbles forward. Wings spread out from her back. 2 sets. One up top, which was more bat-like with a thinner membrane, and one set just below that, a black with a kind of blue-green sheen to the feathers. As they stretched out their left hand, they seemed to push from a distance Strahd out of the ring of black stones that you guys were using as the focal point, the energy focal point of this entire ritual. As he's being chucked out, he gets hit by the lightning from the storm coming down, and he's flung before you guys, a distance you guys are unable to see. Misery, in what seemed like a delirious state, reached out their left hand towards Valgwyn and made a strange tying motion before going up, picking up that amber egg, strutting, or kind of falling a little bit, stumbling over to Regier, taking that thing and plunging it into the same wound that Strahd had started before she made another tying motion, and then she collapsed. When she collapses, those of you that are over by Regier, I will move us back to this map. There we go. Those of you over here by Regier and Misery would note a couple of things. First, after Misery falls to the ground, her body turns into this strange black liquid, almost like an ooze, before popping, and just this black gunk just spreading out around, leaving a normal-sized Misery with no giant form, no wings, and Regier moving a little. That's where we start. What do you do?
I'm very confused. What is going on here?
It's a great question.
I do go over to Misery and see if I can't tell if they're breathing.
Give me a medicine check.
I'd like to kind of make sure that Regier's okay too, because he was the reason we're here. So make sure the Dragon Boy's good.
Also, give me a medicine check. Tricks with a 5, you can tell that Misery's breathing. Vivian, I mean, while you are not, proficient in dragon physiology, it's the wound at the base of the neck and into the upper shoulder that Strahd had created is now like a very, very pink flesh, like fresh, like a fresh healed, like you just peeled back the burn mark, and there's that fresh pink skin underneath. So at least that seems, while not 100%, it seems healed. Okay. But his chest is rising and falling, and he's struggling like someone who's maybe trying to wake up.
I'd like to cast Healing Word on him, because I don't think I have Cure Words.
Okay.
Prepared. Look at that. Just because, he's the whole reason we're here, so let's make sure Dragon's okay.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. I'm putting a hand on Misery and casting Healing Hands on her.
Okay, go for it. Okay. I will tell you, for both of you, your magic seemed to only work half as well as you thought.
Okay.
You know how much energy you put forth into that, and you know when someone receives all of that, you know that feeling. This is about, there was some resistance.
I don't remember from last time. Were Valgren and I making our way towards the others, or had we been?
I believe so.
Okay, so Wit will be continuing. Like Valgren is like dying with the stab. I think I don't know how bad he is, but he's gonna do that like, that like porch mom whistle, and just be like, "We need more healing over here. Who's got anything left?"
I'm gonna walk over to Valgwen and be like, "What is going on?" As I go down and kind of examine his wound.
I will actually stand up on my own. And since I am being addressed, well, it seems like whatever ritual they had planned was successful, somewhat at least.
They
Oh, do you need help? Is he like actively, is there blood coming out of his chest? What is happening here?
You see that the armor that he's wearing has a good size opening in it where the dagger that he stabbed himself with just cut like butter. So there is an open wound, or at least an opening in that armor. I mean, there's definitely some dried blood around that, but as far as anything fresh from your perspective right now, you don't see anything.
We should probably take this off you so we can take a look at what's going on underneath here.
I'll tend to my own armor here shortly.
Not the armor, your body. You have a stab wound in your chest.
Well, I feel okay right now. But fine, if you're going to insist and not let it go.
So you had me limping you over for no reason. I could have been helping the others. Is that what
Oh
I'm hearing?
no, I felt really crappy there for a while, but I feel okay now.
I'm gonna start like looking for the clasp and the straps and
Sure,
turning them around.
Sure.
I'm ignoring him now, and I'm gonna go check on Misery.
Chest plate Valgwen and check out the wound.
That takes time, so you're gonna be because
yeah,
you've got the plate and then the chain and the gambeson. Like, there's a lot going on there.
Mm-hmm.
What are you trying to figure out about Misery, Wit?
He was. I don't know if he knew what the others were doing, if he was close enough. So I think he was just coming to. He's just coming to check on her, figure out what the hell happened, if she's still awake, if she's breathing.
Give me a medicine check.
Oh yeah, real great, guys. Starting off real strong.
Well, you know she's breathing because her naked chest is rising and falling.
Yeah. I think. Can we get Regier up? Is he awake at all?
I think he's waking up. Shortly, slowly. I tried healing, it didn't quite do what it normally does, but I don't know much about dragons, so that might be the problem.
I can check him out. Somebody just get this off of Valgwen and like kind of roughly.
He's fine, apparently, Acadia. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go over to Misery and see if I can check out what's happening.
Okay. What are you looking for? What are you trying to figure out? Tell me what's going on.
Physical wounds, any sign of like head injuries, like
medicine check, please.
Opening the eyeballs to see how the eyeballs look.
Yeah.
Concussion
I'm here for
symptoms.
it. Yeah.
There we are.
Look at you. Cool. So with your sexy fucking 30 here, as you are inspecting and like trying to figure out what's going on with Misery, spending a little bit more time than the panicked look the others have done, the anxious look, you're like, okay, what the fuck is wrong?
I hold up that arm and let it fall. Hold up the other arm, like really weird things, and everybody's watching happening.
Yeah, that seems to check out in my opinion. So so even with your 30, the best you can figure is while Misery is breathing, she does have this wound right over her heart that looks exactly like the blade severance, and she is continuously bleeding from it, but not seemingly nearly as much as you would be expecting for the size of this wound. You would think this thing would be constant, this fucking fountain, like anime style, boom. Instead, it's just a dribble.
Does she have any like clothes still? Or
No.
are all the clothes gone?
She went monster form. That got shredded.
I'm gonna be like, somebody bring me all those shreds over there, and I'm gonna start like making like, field medic type stuff. Trying to strap the wound and hopefully maybe slow the bleeding at least.
So all of her clothes, and what you're standing in this pile of this thick, almost black but really dark red stuff, and all of her clothes is contaminated by that. Like there's nothing clean anymore.
Ah, fuck.
Do I, like, if I'm watching this happen and I kind of see what Arcadia's doing, do I have any thought that possibly remove curse might help with the bleeding part if it was caused by scary dagger?
Give me a Arcana or Religion check. Both would be viable here.
We're like, well, there's definitely blood coming here, but all I got is like, if I put this here, it might stop. Does anybody have any clean cloth? As Vivian's coming over.
Got some from Wit for Valgwyn's wound.
As far as like knowing if it'll work, you don't. Even Valgwyn with their abilities couldn't tell you guys everything about the dagger.
Mm-hmm.
And whether this is some kind of curse or not, you don't know. But you've heard the stories that Trix barely touched the edge of the blade and bled for hours. Until, some good magics was used, and even then it slowed it down. For Trix, it took a couple of days for you to finally stop actively bleeding from that wound.
I'll just mention it to the smart people here then. Like, if you think it would help, I do have some magic against curses sometimes. But then again, it is Barovia.
I don't know. Do we get this one up or that one up? I'm pointing at the dragon and Misery.
I think Rogero will be okay. He's just, because his wound looks like it's better, right? Because it closed. Is that correct?
Is what closed?
Rogier's wound for his chest wound.
So all of the wounds seem to have at least a thin layer of skin again. There is the large one on the back side that where a lot of, whenever you guys saw him initially when the blanket blowing off, had the rot and had the bone showing. That there are still some bones showing, but the rot is gone. That's pink flesh. So he's healing. But you do see that at least.
Okay.
That is the biggest open wound, if you will. Everything else, like not all of his scales have regrown, but where there's
There's some
missing
skin, at
scales, the
least.
skin is back. Yes.
Okay.
It's just the one wound that's left on the side that you can tell from him laying here.
I'm gonna be kneeling by Regier's head. I'm just gonna be whispering to him, which I'm going to be sending you a message here shortly of what I'm
Okay.
whispering. Just
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna use Siobhan's sash and try to like help stop the bleeding a bit. And as I'm doing that, I'm just gonna pour everything possible from lay on hands into misery.
Okay. So how many points do you have with that now? Is that 40?
50.
50? Okay.
Yeah. Oh wait, I targeted Dagwin. My bad.
It doesn't matter. The backer doesn't work anyway. Just take the 50 off of your counter.
Okay.
Valwood, did Regier know about your plan for this ritual with Misery?
It seems so. I didn't even know what was going to happen.
Just wondering how angry of a dragon we're gonna have waking up.
Suppose it would have to be on how much corruption we purged during the ritual.
Well, that and you stabbed his mother, so...
I did what was asked of me, nothing more.
And you didn't think to tell the rest of us that might be a needed ask of you?
No. Because the only reason I know about it is because Godfrey had to pull our asses out of that godforsaken swamp and died doing it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even known.
But Godfrey is not the one that agreed to open more communication between us. You did.
No, I believe that I put two and two together properly. We were all going to be kept in the dark because of what potentially people would do to stop what needed to be done.
I think that's a lot of assumptions on someone's part, and doesn't counter what I said about your agreement.
Listen, I don't know what you guys are arguing about over there necessarily, but nothing is like working over here. So what do we do next?
We have to wait for it to heal. She's still breathing. I cut my finger on that dagger and it took days for it to stop.
So basically, I just got my hands over the wound with the cloth that I got from Siobhan. I'm just gonna sit here then? Is that what we're saying?
You just have to. I just kept a clean bandage on my finger and made sure it stayed clean, but it bled through really, really quickly.
Listen, Princess, I appreciate what you're saying here, but a finger wound and a heart stab are a little bit different.
I am understanding of that too. I'm just trying to be helpful. You all yell at me for not opening my mouth, and you all yell at me for opening my mouth.
Hey.
Which way do you want it?
It's
You
okay.
open your mouth. Just get a little closer next time you do it.
Rix, anything about the dragons? You know more about this dragon, right? Is it gonna be okay?
I know shit about dragons, and
It's
Wit and Valgwin are fighting about communication, which has been an ongoing fight for a long time.
good to know.
We need to move.
Well, we
As
can't
soon
move
as
until
Razier's
he
up.
wakes up. Yeah.
As soon as he's up, he'll be able to move her if he can function. If not, maybe he can get smaller and one of y'all strong ones can move him. Either way,
I can get some of us out of here at least if we need to leave here.
I think we're gonna be
Yeah.
stuck here for a little while.
We can't leave.
All of
Rashir
you
here.
hear the sound of stone cracking.
coming from where?
Coming from
From the center of where this ritual started.
Oh god.
Stone. Oh, great.
All right. Has the lightning moved? It was like hitting in that circle, right? It's back on the tree, if I remember
And it's
right?
back on the tree. That is correct.
Okay. Can we get out of
I-
this circle, maybe? I know we can't move him, but can we move the rest of us?
Yeah, I can move Misery if Arcadia can keep the sash there.
Viviana, how can you move people out of here?
I have a safe spot set up back where I'm from.
Can you move people, like transport them, or are we still waiting on this dragon to wake up?
I can move. Let me see how many people. Myself and 5 others.
Does that include a dragon?
It says willing creature, so.
Consequently, I can also move people, but I'll move them to Argynvost. Argynvost Holt.
I think
I'd
that's
be
probably a
depressed.
better place to go.
How many can you move, Valgwyn?
Same amount.
Can you move a dragon too?
I bet if I take Misery and Regier, I can move both of them to Argynvost Holt.
So
Do
Is
you
it
have to
safe?
go to Kresk?
Yes, it's based on a place that I've set up as safe.
How far? Wit would know. How far is Kresk from Argynvost?
2-3 days, right?
3 days?
So about the same distance
Mm.
here to
aren't
there.
we currently 3
Yeah.
days from Argynvost?
So what if we send a group back? We send the injured with
Those are
Valgwyn
4 days. It took you guys 4 days to get here.
Okay.
with the slowdown, though.
With
Yeah,
the
we
slowdown.
did have a.
You guys
yeah.
can,
So-
yeah, you guys, that's right. With the slowdown, it took you guys 4 days. You're right. Yes. Otherwise, it's 3. Yeah, you're right. Thank you.
So what if we send a group back ahead with Val, give them safe, and the rest of us can catch up on foot?
You guys hear
Okay.
more grinding
get-
and cracking of stone.
I say Valgwyn goes ahead and grabs Misery and Rogier and see if he can't get him back to the castle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's just do that. Val, when you grab those 3, you go. The rest of us will stay.
We'll start heading back home.
Easy enough. I'll pick up all my armor that apparently has been stripped off of me or partially stripped off of me.
Mhm.
I will move over to where Misery and almost combined
Magier?
Misery and Regier.
The old Magier?
The old Magier.
Yeah.
Take Rothan. He seems to want to be with him when he wakes up, so take Ro too.
Ro, it's your call. Coming with me or going with them?
I'm staying here with them. As much as I want to be with Rogier, I need to stay with the group. Make sure they're safe, Val.
Very well.
Let us
I'll get
know through
within
the
5
chat too that you get back okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get within 5 feet of both of them and cast Word of Recall.
Okay. What does your word of recall look like when you cast it?
Basically, the smell of burning ore fills the air as a portal of fire opens, and we just, like the fire comes up, and we're just gone. And then on the other end, we basically get spit out of the furnace at the forge at Argynvost, just like, and we're out.
So it's flu powder, only different.
Mhm.
That's
Nice.
awesome. So you get over there, you cast your word of call, you smell that the forge, and the ring of fire kind of comes up and kind of starts to encircle you all before dissipating. And the magic fails and is gone.
Fuck. Okay, we gotta
I'm
get out of here.
feeling. Yeah,
You guys
I'm
hear
feeling this-
another
this circle.
cracking
Alright.
of stone
Ar-
from the center.
Arcadia and Rothan can. I don't
I'm-
know if we could lift a dragon, but
I can
Saban?
go for a few minutes and drag him as much as I can, and I will.
Listen, Princess, go get the dragon. Rothan, help with the dragon, and I'm gonna like try to scoop Misery up and try to keep the as best as I can.
I'm
I've
strong enough
got-
to handle Misery, Acadia. Go help him with the dragon. And
I've got
I'll
3
take
minutes
Misery.
of doing this because I got 3 castings.
I get on one side and I motion for Saban to come help.
I'm gonna-
Missouri because I'm not very strong.
Yeah,
I'll
pass
stow
with
my armor
Misery and go drag a
as well.
dragon.
Okay. Arcadia, I need you to give me a strength ability check.
Strength, ability.
And then those of you who are trying to move the dragon, also strength ability checks. I think one of you has advantage because of Giant's Might, so.
Yep.
I've got
Such thing.
disadvantage.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm exhausted.
Oh man, guys.
So, Arcadia, you've got to really kind of force your hand through this thick goo to get underneath Misery. When you try to lift, you just cannot. Misery seems to be stuck in whatever this goo is.
It's pissing me off.
Those you trying to move Regier, as soon as you touch places that, and there's no way around it, places that aren't wounded, he begins, even in his unconscious sleeping state, fighting against you. I need all the three of you, there are four of you, I guess, 1, 2, 3, 4 of you, to give me dexterity saving throws to move out of the way from him.
Do we see this coming?
Yeah, your danger sense will kick off.
I'll at least get normal roll on that.
Yeah, it's a saving throw, not an ability check, right? You don't have disadvantage on those yet.
Oh, okay,
Is this
not yet.
me as well?
Whoever was helping to move the dragon. This is the
Oh,
dragon.
I'm not helping. I'm not strong enough.
No, my danger. I'll leave it.
Weak as fuck, but dexy as fuck. Good job, guys.
Well, Rowan tricks.
I'm totally down to take a hit from Regier to, do this. Luckily, I wasn't injured very much.
1, 2. So both are going to take 16 points of slashing damage. That's going to be Trix and Rothund.
Okay.
Trix minus 16. Rothund, you already do it?
Yep.
Okay.
Wit's gonna try
Regier
and cast...
does not move.
Wit's gonna try and cast message through the tattoo to see if he feels like he can reach inside Regier's sleeping mind.
Okay.
Is that can he send a message that way, or is it just to his compatriots?
Message through the tattoos. Anybody else who seems to have the tattoo.
Oh, so dragon is the tattoo, so
maybe it'll work, maybe it won't.
Well, he might actually go the old-fashioned way and pull out the copper wire and Master Regier, you need to please wake up. Something's happening, and we can't move Misery, and we can't move you. We need to get you both to safety. But please wake up.
Okay. So you get that copper wire out, and you build that message into it and send it. It fades and flutters, and does not hit its recipient.
We got some sort of magic interference. Okay. I'm gonna try the same thing through the tattoo just to see if it works.
Okay. Similar. Does not seem to go anywhere.
I'm gonna run. Can I run really quickly out to the outside of the ring and do the same, cast the same thing?
So you're gonna go the easy way down south here where the stones are opening, or you're gonna try to climb over the stones?
No. I'm going the easy way through the opening, and I'm gonna try and do the same thing. I don't think that puts me out of range, and I'm gonna try and do the same thing. I'll hit Siobhan, just be like, no, they're probably too far. Who's closest to me? Maybe Archie. Archie, can you hear me? I'll use message.
Are you using a tattoo message? Well, no, because you're doing Archie. You're doing your ring. Or your copper ring. Yeah.
The copper wire. Mm-hmm.
So you...
Not fight.
It seems to build up, and as soon as you send it, it dissipates.
Okay. Can I try out here just tossing a firebolt at a random stick to see if I can do it outside the ring?
sputter of energy and nothing.
Okay, it's okay. We really gotta go. I will come back and tell everybody that it's more than just the ring. It's more than just
Go ahead and give me an active perception check with your eyeballs.
Oh, I don't have any other type of perception check.
Listen, for this campaign and all campaigns,
Never
it's
guaranteed.
always
It's
an eyeball check.
All right, eyeballs. Those
Sure.
are my eyeballs.
As you come rushing in, you take note, as you have to stare at the center, that all 3 stones have changed color and have shattered. The star stones are no more. And you put together the sound of stone cracking and breaking.
Was the
And those were, for all intents and purposes, arcane batteries, if you will. So who knows what effects that has in the area.
Can I go grab like a couple? Can I go grab pieces of it?
Yeah.
Like fistful of like 10 little pebbles for study.
Easy enough. As soon as you do so and put any kind of pressure to them, they shatter and turn to dust.
Even though it might not be the safest thing, I think we're kind of stuck here for a little while. I don't think we're moving anyone, and I'm not leaving them here either.
I agree. We need to stay here. There's no other options right now, so let's just protect those who cannot now protect themselves.
Can we pick up a stick and try to like... Oh, never mind. Never mind. I'm not gonna do that. Never mind. Ignore me.
Is the stuff that's under Misery, does it feel like sticky or like hard? Like is it hard, like rigid now on her, or is it just gooey?
While Wit wouldn't know what this is, I'm hoping Cat does. It feels like taffy. It's thick.
Yeah, Wit
like
has
taffy.
no idea what taffy is. That's a lot of sugar for Barovia, but okay. Something that Wit does know about is molasses, and when molasses is heated, it moves. It gets a little less sticky. So someone have a little bit of a fire they can light, or give me a stick and I'll get it going.
I mean, I have burning hands.
Hot, but I don't. Well, can you get the area around her without touching her and hurting her? Let's see if we can maybe get this to melt.
That's what I'm suggesting.
Do your hands burn like actual fire? Or is it just hot? Both of them?
That's my guess.
Because if so, Whit'll try and help Siobhan out by casting Control Flame and trying to kind of move the fire specifically, 1, to a safe place so it doesn't burn Misery, and 2, to where it would try and melt. See if we can loosen up this goo.
I'm willing to take the hit here. If it doesn't last very long, I can pull her out as you're burning it.
Okay. Does it seem to... Ah! Sorry, I got a weird notification.
Oh, I guess I can make Strahd go away. Sorry, guys. Let me just just walk away here. Nothing to see here, guys. Oh man. To the person that sent me that message, yes.
Did you hear our plan here?
Who are you talking to, Ro?
You.
I heard there was a plan. I didn't hear anything was actually happening.
So Siobhan was gonna do burning hands to kind of try and get the goo. Wit was gonna, if there was flames involved, try and help use control flame to get it more directly to try and get the taffy stuff to start loosening. And then Ro was gonna try and scoop her out.
And I'm willing to take the damage, if there is any, to do this while it's burning, if it makes it easier.
We're not burning her. That was the.
Yeah, I know, but the
She
stuff
can't-
I'm putting my hands into to lift her
you're gonna
out
pick
might
up
be
hot
burning.
taffy.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
fine. You got hit points.
That's all good. Except that as Siobhan says this, she realizes that requires 2 energy points. She only has 1 and can't do so.
Oh, whoops.
Also, she also remembers that would be Burning Hands spell, and you guys have been unable to do magic in this area.
Well,
I'm gonna
Rosen, maybe just pull. Just pick her
Yeah.
up.
Did I end up using all of my Giant's Might with Brugier, or just the one since he...
You guys only tried once, is my understanding.
Okay. Well,
Once got swiped at, and we're like, okay, fuck this.
Yeah. In that case, I will use one to hopefully pull misery out of this shit.
Oh.
I don't think this is gonna work. I'm gonna start digging at the taffy.
I mean, I'm sticking my hands in trying to lift her, so...
A strength ability check from both of you. And yeah, everybody's passive's high enough to see that Valgwin is sticking his hand inside of his chest.
What are you doing?
You all are ridiculous. Just saying.
Say my whole hand, I said just a finger.
Like I said, the entire dwarven hand just...
Wow.
Well, that's a little gross.
What is
That's
you
not
sure
gonna
you're
help
okay?
it heal.
Like,
Sounds like the dwarf's got an extra pocket.
Arcadia, strength ability check, please.
Disturbing.
to
Missing
dig?
one from you.
Okay. Yeah, that's gonna
That
work.
was almost a 17.
Rothund, you've got to force your hands under, and even you, big form, full strength at this point, maximum effort. It's like the further into whatever the substance is, the more difficult it is. It seems like pushback. Like you are actively straining, shaking, but you are able to get under. And as you attempt to stand and you realize, ah, shit, I'm not lifting with my legs, and have to set her back down. You were lifting with your back and were unable to pick her up.
If I can keep my hands there,
yeah,
I still got one more use of Giant's Might and I will continue to attempt to lift. I won't do this again.
While he's doing that, instead of trying to like strong arm it, can Wit like get his fingers in there and try and peel it back? Although I guess he already gets advantage, so it doesn't matter. But
yeah,
if try and like peel while he's doing it, like separate her from the goo.
Wit, give me a dexterity ability check.
Okay.
Wit, your plan for slow and steady peeling this back is having some result, though slow. As when you're peeling, it's literally lifting her skin up as you're just slowly peeling a little bit at a time. You could sit here for some time.
He'll do it.
And probably be successful with this.
Where are we going? He'll do it.
That's fine. Rothund, after this try, you notice that you're picking her up, but the parts that you're not picking up are being like almost pulled back down. The substance, it's actively holding on almost, and while you're able to pull, you worry that you're going to do more damage than not, as though maybe like pulling too hard is going to rip skin and other bits off.
So as Wit is doing the thing where they're kind of like stripping it off, is there like some mud around?
No.
Well, then I need dirt. I need something that's like ground to like make a nice layer so that nothing like accidentally reattaches. Like put it in between the
that's a
skin
good-
and the
yeah,
muck.
like flour. Yeah. Just dirt. You want dry dirt, not mud. Dry
Anything.
dirt. Get that in there like flour. Yeah.
I mean, over in the center was probably where you guys had the most actual dirt and broken up things, so you could go over there, get handfuls at a time.
I'm
Only,
just gonna...
you know, that's also where there's shattered use starstone.
Fuck. Of course not. I guess I will do my best to sift through it and make sure that there's no shattered starstone in there.
Okay.
Well, seems like we're gonna be here for a while, so might as well make
Alvin,
some
why are you
camp.
sticking your fingers in your wound?
Well, just checking to see how deep it is, apparently.
That is not what you said, ma'am. That is not what you said.
I remembered what group I'm with and backtracked really, really quickly.
Yeah, it's too late. You said
Apparently
the first half.
not quick enough.
I need to go get a shot for that, man.
Trix, give me a perception check. Which will be disadvantaged because you have exhaustion, but...
Oh no.
Oof.
Yeah, it's about par. Okay.
Ugh. Love frenzy while it's on. Not so much when I'm over it.
Does anybody have any, like a needle and some thread then?
I ask
Ivy?
why.
I was muted. Yes, I do.
Well, I'd like to
Would you
sew
like
the
me-
hole in my chest up while I'm able to.
Well, it isn't okay.
What do
I
you mean
can,
while you're able
help.
to?
With that,
Do you
it
expect
isn't
not
bleeding right now, so I'm come here.
to be able
Hello?
to soon?
Oh, you're
I'll
just
make
gonna
sh-
raw needle it?
Just gonna needle it. Can you find hard? Is that okay?
I can't understand what you're saying.
She said it might hurt.
Probably
Is that
gonna
okay?
hurt. Is that okay?
Oh, just give it to me. Just do it right now. Let's sew this hole up.
I'm getting a drink.
Over there.
Um,
This sounds inappropriate for the situation, Vivi. I
Uh,
expected. Never mind.
Don't just stick a raw needle in there first. I got a tinder box. I'm gonna
Sterilize it.
light a fucking match, heat it up first, and disinfect it.
My needles are always disinfected. Don't worry.
Oh, I need a double pour. Just kidding.
If by just kidding you meant you meant a quadruple pour.
Yeah, and I went for
Obviously.
soju instead of wine. All right, perfect.
Yeah. I have a candle that I'll like light with rose box, I guess, and then we can keep the needle nice and clean and hot. This is gonna hurt a lot, and I will make very pretty embroidery stitches in pretty yellow because that's the best color.
Vivian, give me a perception or investigation roll, as both would be viable here.
Well, that sucked.
Too bad.
Put a 15 in the sucks.
from a 2. I rolled a 2.
I mean, that's Elduin values right there. Actually, I think Elduin's is higher. I think it would have been an 18.
Yeah, he does have higher wisdom. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a
He read that
22.
book. Do you mind if I sew deeper into before I close the outside bits?
Well, yeah, that's perfectly fine. You do what you got to do. I didn't expect anybody to have a fucking needle and thread, actually.
Underestimate me.
You
watched her
embroider Wit's
things for
clothing.
Wit. You
Did
know
I?
what? No, he didn't. No, he
Yeah.
didn't. He was reading his book. He was
Oh yeah,
reading his
he was
book.
reading his book. He had no idea. Yeah.
Player
sorry, but,
watched
like,
it.
You somehow like have a cut all the way on your heart, which is not probably a good thing. So I'll do my best.
Go for it.
So
Try to
it's
sew
hard.
Belguin up. I will try to embroider Belguin up because that's way more fun. Yes.
Maybe definitely remember to cast healing on that when
Yep.
magic
As soon as I
actually
can.
works.
Well, as you are trying to sew your best through this tiny wound, I mean, tiny in the fact you're trying to get a needle and thread beyond it to sew something within. Like, I mean, you don't have as your hands aren't that big, but still the wound's
I know.
only like that. How are you gonna?
It's probably not gonna work. I'm gonna like try to at least like clip the
You get
edges
tiny
of it
fingers.
with my needle. Like, yeah. But try to clip the edges. Like, a little
Excellent.
triangle.
Give me a dexterity ability check.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna need more
This
than
is
this,
gonna be
aren't I?
well.
Yes, you are.
Probably. Yeah.
Oh,
Can I cast guidance on myself?
You definitely can.
Praise all that exists in the world. How do I target myself? There we go. I just would like some guidance help here. Okay. Before I try to do anything to poor Belguin.
$16. Yeah, you can't even get the needle like completely through.
Okay. I can't get the heart bit, but I can sew up the outside bit, so at least the heart bit's all where it belongs in one like pocket in your chest where hearts go. Sew them up.
Will you begin
How
to sew on the
long-
outside? While
About-
Wit is slowly peeling, Arcadia sifting through
Yeah.
sand and hopefully not bits of strange starstone dust to be able to put on the bits that Wit is revealing. Trix, what are you doing? Svan, what are you doing?
I just keep it watch. Kind of. I have no idea. I am too like baffled that Vivi's ditching Baldwin's heart.
Okay. Savon, what
Could
are you
reach
doing?
the heart, it's okay.
Keeping watch on Rashir. Okay, Rothund, what are you doing?
Well, about how long have we been awake at this point?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys
Um,
had a rest after setting the holes and started this first thing whenever Misery arrived. So really only about half a day.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's been a long half a day.
I'm just gonna start like making a basic camp area, I guess, like campfire, all that stuff. We're gonna be here for a while.
Where are you gonna get the wood from?
I can walk out of the circle and to a tree, the nearest tree, hopefully, and come back with some wood. We've got time.
I just would like to remind you, it took you hours to climb the 300 feet from the base of this small mound to the top of this small mound. And those trees that you left were bigger around than you could put your arms around, and you could not see up.
Yeah, but I've got a nice magical sword to chop wood from whatever I find.
Fair enough. So you are leaving the Ring of Hope to go down to the trees that'll eat you all alone. I'm here for it. Maximum effort.
Mhm.
Good.
Do you tell us you're leaving, or do you just leave?
Oh, I'll say that I'm gonna go get some wood before I go.
Keep an eye out for Strahd as he's gently pulling us apart. We don't know what the fuck happened to him.
We can't go. Ugh. I run. Don't go off alone! And I run after Rothan.
Okay. So you two going down the hillside here. As the two of you go past where the stones are, you can see on this side of the stones, there's quite a few bodies that are burnt to a crisp, probably when they were trying to climb and lightning bolts hit them. That was... well, thank gosh it wasn't you. You guys can start making your way back down. For those of you that stayed up here, especially Savan, who's kind of keeping a closer eye on Regier, notice that Regier opens his left eye.
Oh.
Are you doing anything? Saying anything?
Sorry, I was muted. Hold on. Does it seem like everybody else is preoccupied right now?
It does.
Okay. Well, if his eye is open, I'm gonna go pat him because he needs, and I'm gonna tell him he needs to get his ass up.
Tough dead mommy coming out.
Okay. Give me a persuasion roll.
It's not my strong suit. But
After you say this, you do notice that the glazed look seems to go away, and he definitely focuses more on you. And the head seems to move into you. Like he heard you, he understood you, and this is as much as he can do. Not sure if you guys knew this or not, but you guys just basically ripped cancer out of him with high dosage of chemo and surgery, and then he had a heart transplant. And you guys are like, okay, guys, you guys are like, let's go, get up. Psh. That was just Tuesday.
Yeah, it's Barovia. That was Tuesday. What are you talking
Not
about?
moving, Melvin. I'm not going to have a straight line if you move. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Poor baby.
I'm just peeling away at misery, adding the dirt when Archie brings it.
No, not you.
Well, Rothund and Trix going back down the hillside, all the way up into the forest. I mean, there's super big trees. Are you going to attempt to cut a tree down? You're muted.
I don't need to cut it down. I just need to cut several chunks out of it, enough to make a decent amount. Because we need a bonfire. We do have some bodies that we need to burn as well. So I'm gonna get.
Why don't we try to find a fallen one first?
If you can spot one, then we can, and it's close by, sure. But I don't want to waste time searching when we can just chop the closest one.
Without going too far where I'd still want to keep Rothan in sight, I want to go look for any type of fallen trees.
I mean, you can already tell you're going to lose Rothund out of sight. Like, from this outside area, these things are massive. And they're so bunched that even past them you see massive. You'd have to go for the half a day to where they weren't so big to even attempt what you're doing. Or just carve one of them up or a couple of them up a little bit, like Rothun's idea, to get some wood.
I stick with Rothan while he carves up the tree, because I have nothing to carve up a tree with.
You have a magical sword, which is what I'm using, so it's not the most efficient, but
You want me to use a magical sword that just had a person pop out of it and drag me across the field to swipe at Strahd to chop at a tree?
that's what my sword did to me. As you see, I'm currently swinging at a sword and swinging my sword at the tree.
Rothund needs to give me an attack roll.
Yeah.
Hang on, I gotta get the right character. I hit the tree with the sword. Sorry.
That's the same character.
Just...
All right.
I was appalled for a second.
Trix, I need an attack roll from you.
I guess. Yeah. Breaks my heart.
Yeah,
These things are living
Trix is
or
just
undead.
not into it. She's just not. She's like, swords are meant for killing things, not trees. And she's like, oh, it doesn't work. My sword doesn't really want. It's not sharp. It's really blunt. It's just not working, Rothund. Meanwhile, Rothund's like, zoom, 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 zoom. I mean, not exactly like that, but it's fairly more resistance than you were hoping, but not as much as you were expecting. So you figure, enough for what you want, right? You want enough for a campfire, probably enough for whatever rest you're gonna have, plus burning of people and things. So that's gonna be about a couple of hours for you to get enough.
Oh yeah, I figured.
All right. Well, while this is all happening, while you're getting wood, and some of you are peeling the second layer of flesh off of Misery, and some of you are hugging a dragon's head, and others are sewing the hole inside of a Valguin, and nobody's being phased that Valguin's not bleeding, and he has a hole in his chest and is still breathing and alive. But let's go ahead and take a break.
I feel like Stranger Things.
is my friend.
Well,
Me last session.
oops.
I think that was all of us last session.
I was just laying on the floor, crying, sobbing, throwing up.
I don't know what you guys were talking about. Last
Wow.
session was great.
It was great, but
You
also
were just making friends.
Yeah, I know. I made
Like,
friends
you're my
all
friend,
around. I
you're
got
my
more powers.
friend.
I'm like, this is fantastic, Adam. I don't know what you're talking about, this trauma thing.
What powers did you get?
My dragon
Persuasion.
power started coming back, right?
I mean,
Because
you
I
got
made the right decisions.
you got the sword to hesitate and come to you a little bit. That doesn't mean your dragon powers came back.
Not they haven't come back, but that it's a sign that they're on their way.
There
like-
you go. It's
A win is a
Yeah,
win. A
everything's
win is a
you know
win.
what? Yeah, is a good omen. Let's go with that.
We're gonna take the good while we can.
Excellent. Well, Wit, give me a perception or investigation roll. Well, both would be applicable right now.
Uh-oh. What am I better at? Perception or investigation?
And don't fail.
Why
That's
am
no
I
pressure
not
at all.
horrible at either one of these? Okay, let's do perception.
Nice.
As you are peeling this goo off of Misery, and then applying dirt, and the true tried and true fashion of tricks in Arcadia, putting dirt on it clearly peels everything at this point.
Like this.
Yeah, or Windex.
Yeah,
Well, Windex.
Vaporu, exactly.
Yeah.
Every abuelita will tell you that Vaporu will fix everything.
It's a couple things that you notice. A couple things, just minor, probably not important things. The stuff is starting to get really warm. Also, it seems to be not as solid, and you notice there's not as much around you anymore.
Okay, if it's warmer, is it softer?
Yeah, a little bit.
Can I try and just kind of scoop her out of it and see if it's tugging on her? Because I don't want to hurt her.
You can certainly try if you'd like to.
Because I'm real strong, guys.
So strong.
Is it coming off now that it's warmer? Is it sticking more? Like it's not peeling as much?
Correct.
Okay. So then I'm gonna take the dirt that Archie so lovingly brought me, and I'm going to rub it all over my arms so it is covering me, so the stuff doesn't stick to me.
Hot.
And I'm gonna try and get the rest on her and try and scoop her out.
Okay.
Because our two strong ones left, although Archie's still here. So if I fail, we can still. That's not horrible.
Yeah, you dirt yourself up, dirt what you can of Misery. Stick your hands into the stuff. Get your hands underneath her. You're able to lift, but so too does the goo.
Oh, it just comes with her?
Yeah.
Like all of it? Like it stuck
Yeah.
to her?
Yeah. Like there's a section that's like off of her legs that's still on the ground, and there's a little bit hanging off like underneath your arms in a strange like a hammock. But otherwise it seems to be stuck into her. Give me an investigation roll. Onto. Like it's stuck onto her, excuse me. Give me an investigation roll.
Damn.
So the wrap that was put around her chest and the wound itself specifically has shifted. And you see that stuff is slowly going into that wound.
Oh. Does the wound look any different?
You can't see the wound itself. You know where it's at. You can tell that there's motion
I'm-
of the stuff going in, but you can't see
I'm
the wound
s-
because of all the crap, all the
Okay, but
goo.
it's okay. So I will. I'm so sorry, Misery. I don't mean any disrespect, and I will unwrap it so it can have. Hey, Archie,
What? What?
you're a little
I'm just
better
gonna
at this. Come here, put your dirt down.
throw the dirt over my head and just come over.
You see this, and I'll point out what I noticed with the. Does it look like this is trying to get it in healer?
What? So I'm gonna look and see if the wound looks better or worse.
So you still can't. So you can't see the wound. The dark red stuff is over the wound, but you can tell by the flow of it that it is seemingly going into it.
So it doesn't look
Because
like
you know where the hole is. You can't see the hole because of the thick red stuff that is over it.
I can't see that it's gotten wider or anything
No.
like that. It's just all.
Yep.
So the area that the thick black stuff is covering is not bigger than what I originally saw or anything like that, or is it just about the same?
You just see red stuff. You don't even see her skin. You don't see her flesh. You don't see her breasts. It's all this stuff.
So my hypothesis is your hypothesis here. This is trying to heal her.
Fuck it. And I'm gonna try to bite my finger a little bit to make it bloody, just like a tiny little prick.
This isn't your goo. Why would it heal you?
I don't know. I'm running an experiment. Give me a minute here.
You'd like a friend of ours, I think.
And I'm gonna put my finger over there by the goo and see if it tries to come towards me.
So you nicked open your finger.
A tiny bit.
Okay. And you are moving it closer to the red stuff.
To the goo stuff.
Okay.
Not right on top of it, but I want to see if I can see it's
I
actually
need to know
coming.
how close you're getting to this.
I don't know, pencil length. There.
Okay.
Goo is here, finger is here.
Gonna have to roll a new character.
Woohoo! At least it's it's what I'm good at.
2 15s.
As you reach that over to wherever this is, nothing happens.
I don't know what the fuck the goo is doing. I don't know if this is bad goo. I don't know if this is good goo.
Go under the goo hypothesis that it can't make things worse, and maybe just let's make her comfortable. And is there a line? I know that Regier is snuggling with Den Mother, but is there a line of sight where he could see her upon opening an eye?
Yes, the one that the Den Mother is actively blocking.
Cool. Well, tell you what, we'll just leave that there then. So if Den Mother happens to move, she'll be able to see. I will sit behind Misery to try and get her propped up so she can, if there's breathing that's going to be an issue, and then just kind of wrap the goo around her and just see if it does what it's supposed to be doing.
Okay.
Try and keep her as comfortable as possible.
Sure.
Smell something? Smells really good.
Did you fart?
Are you having a stroke, Valgwyn? What's happening?
Don't you smell that? It smells delicious.
Does there something
What?
smell
Do
delicious?
I smell anything?
Those of you who are up there would like to go ahead and give me perception checks.
I'm now petrified.
You're missing your sniff guy. He's not up there.
Yeah, Sniff Guy's down the mountain. Oh no, I used all my good rolls on Misery. Sorry. I
I'm
can't smell
pretty
your
sure
fart.
that he farted, and we're just sniffing farts at this point.
Wow.
So
Vinny
Arcadia
smells
and
strong.
Wit, I mean, you don't smell anything that you would say smells good. I mean, you got the strange like oxygenated smell in the air still. You guys were just in this big fight, so there's still like the 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 smell of iron of blood is still kind of in the air. You got some sweat that's kind of going on here. I mean, some of you ain't showered in a while, so some of you rank. But as far as something smelling good, nothing smells good.
Is Valgwyn still actively being stitched up?
It's almost done, but yeah.
So he's like, he's busy with the stitching and the whatnot. I'm gonna run over to Valgwyn and I'm gonna like look real close. I'm like, look at my eyeballs, please. Look at my eyeballs.
Do you look into her eyeballs?
Sure, why not?
Let me see your teeth.
What?
Let me see your teeth.
Why do you need to see my teeth?
I need to see if you're becoming a vampire. Let me see your fucking teeth.
Okay, I'll, Oh, hold on.
Do you show your
Something
teeth?
here really quick.
Do you show your teeth?
Hold on, I gotta do the roll first.
Oh my goodness.
Roll for biting? Like, what
We
roll
don't
are we
know
doing
at this
here?
point.
I don't know. We're about to find out.
We're just having a good old time right now.
Everything's fine.
Okay. Do you show your teeth?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Does he have pointy teeth? Am I looking at extra pointy teeth?
No, you don't see any extra pointy teeth.
Does he have normal looking eyeballs?
Does he have normal looking eyeballs? What do you mean by normal looking eyeballs?
Are they super red? Or does it look like those eyeballs are changing colors? Is there anything weird on his face?
Go ahead and give me a medicine check. No, you did not. To the person that whispered me, you're the one who smelled all the extras. Especially the part about people needing to take a dip in the
To take
lake.
Strahd is growing out of Val's shoulder.
The
Hello.
little
Yellow.
parasitic twin.
Also, is he breathing normally?
No, he's not breathing.
Wait, what?
He has the exact same wound as Misery, but not bleeding. He actively put his hand basically into his chest, and nobody gave a fuck. He's not breathing. His heart isn't beating. His skin looks a little pale. His eyes look dwarven normal.
I'm gonna take my finger that was a little bit pricked to make sure it's bleeding still, and if it's not, I'm gonna do it like this, and I'm gonna like drip it right in front of his face. What does that smell like to you?
I don't know. What does it smell like to me? Why does it smell like blood?
It, see my whisper 2 whispers ago.
Fair enough. Well, I don't know, but the thing that smells really good's gotten really close.
We have to kill Valgwyn now. He's a vampire, and I'm gonna take out my sword.
I'm gonna take a step back. Something's not normal.
Archie, what are you on about?
He's not breathing, and I got closer with the bleeding. Something smells really good. He's a vampire now.
Yeah.
I think I need to stab him.
His heart wasn't beating at all while I was stitching, and he's not breathing. I'm
Wouldn't be a vampire.
concerned
He
to
didn't
say
get
the
bit.
least.
Did you get bit?
Get bit?
Well, then how are you a vampire?
Does that
I don't think I'm a
relate to
vampire.
weird stuff?
Rothan and Trix, you guys are hearing this, but you're still kind of... Because I don't imagine you guys are quiet about this. You guys are coming up, hearing
no,
this
not
conversation
quiet.
Panic
about
happening?
gonna
somebody's a
take
vampire.
Do
I'm
I
gonna
have
take out the
sharp,
other
pointy
sword.
Teeth? Do I have
Start
red eyes?
looking it quicker.
I am thinking that we should
Oh.
probably take care of this now,
Okay,
guys.
Archie,
Sorry,
you
I
can't-
know he's a friend and all.
Archie, you can't be undead
Wait.
racist. We come from a whole castle of undead. We don't know if that's a
Does-
vampire.
Does Valquin's skin and like stuff look like
Sparkle?
the undead that were
Don't
at
say
the castle? Like, does he seem like the Argynvost undead, or like?
I mean,
weird?
come on, guys. He's not rotting away. The undead of the Argynvost had bones showing,
Never
and
mind.
that was generations of
concerned.
decomposition.
Very concerned about this weird dwarf.
This is
now.
like a fresh body.
Look,
Does he
Siobhan
look
is
like Siobhan?
Siobhan's dead. I was about to say that's a better question. Does he look like Siobhan?
As soon as we're up there, I'll be dropping all the wood.
Sure.
All right,
Running
let's
over.
Just get this. Yeah,
Yep.
get this over with, and I'm gonna draw the sword and put it near Val, and does it glow like he's an enemy of Strahd, or like an enemy of us, like he's with Strahd?
Oh, the sword that glows if there are allies of Strahd around.
Yeah,
It does not glow.
I don't think he's a vampire, or at least he's not with Strahd. I'll put the sword away.
What is going on up here?
You are all such a really weird group. I just need to say that, like, you're weird.
Maybe go that way. Go stand over by the dragon. That's definitely safer than here. You're done with this wound.
Is apparently something smells really good. I don't know what it is, and then everybody started accusing me of being a vampire.
I'm going over by the dragon and the dead
That's
mother.
just because Val, honey, I think you died a little bit.
Oh, really?
A
Do
little
you
bit.
think? You think I didn't notice that my heart wasn't beating whenever I stuck my hand into my chest?
Well, honey, you're not doing a great job of verbalizing your needs here.
I
So
did ask
the
you
rest
what
I
you
of
were
us don't
did.
know what's
I
happening.
wanted the hole in my chest sewn up, and
Actually,
then when we're
you
out
did.
of this hellhole, we can talk about it.
Oh, well, the rest of us didn't know that meant that the heart wasn't beating anymore. But I think that we probably will have some answers since Misery was involved in that. Unless you know something, again, that you're not telling us. Also, no blood drinking.
Yeah, so all I knew, as I've already stated, is that my part in the ritual was to stab Misery in the chest with the knife. And I didn't know what was going to happen afterwards. I was given a task and I completed it.
Do you think that was the bit that's done the undead thing, or did Misery taking the injury for you do the undead
But
thing?
wait,
'Cause you
how
didn't
did you
bit.
get your wound?
Oh, that one's easy. I stabbed myself with severance.
You
Wait,
stabbed
isn't that
yourself
a cursed dagger? Oh my god! You
with
all
the
are
dagger
idiots.
that doesn't let you stop bleeding.
I did.
Huh.
I was
Why?
told by Godfrey that if I needed to give my life for this cause, that I needed to. And so I took the chance that I'd lose my life to make sure that this bloody ritual succeeded.
Well, congratulations. Promise kept. Now, what's the price paid here? Other than your life.
Well, based on what I know from the sword as well, he's not with Strahd, even if he's undead, which means he can live and he can work with us still.
I mean, truly, are we that picky about the undead that we work with? Really, we
Uh,
only have one set we
I-
don't like.
Didn't think we were since we've been staying at our household and you guys made me work with the undead for weeks now.
Exactly, dearest.
Yeah,
That's
You're all
exactly
weird
my point.
already. So, what's one more
As l-
weird person
As
in the
long
mix?
as they don't attack us, we don't attack them. I think that's what somebody said.
I think there's 2 undead right now, and maybe a third, because I'm still kind of unclear as to what happened with Regier.
And misery, so maybe 4.
Wait,
They're,
we have
they're
an
both
We got
breathing,
Val.
though.
Misery, and Rajir's breathing. So we got at least 2 undead here, and then in our addition to our dear Siobhan. So
Hey, Siobhan, does blood smell good to you?
No, I don't think so.
we don't know
think you
what
got
we don't know
two
what
s-
misery is, Archie.
2 separate types of undead I think you're dealing with here.
We don't know what misery is, Archie. That wasn't a standard undead, and that's at least from what that looked like. There may be some tie there. So hopefully, when Misery wakes up, she can answer some questions.
You guys hear some coughing?
Dragon-sized coughing?
Nope. Something much smaller.
Misery-sized coughing. I'm literally holding her. Is she coughing?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Oh
As
yeah.
the last of that goo goes into that wound, which you can see now. It's still there.
I'm gonna
And
take the wraps and wrap her back up. Modesty.
She's coughing, opening up her eyes, looking around. Sees you.
Hey there, you back with us?
And she tries to get up, at least sit up more.
I'll help. I'll push her up so she's sitting up, holding.
She's
her up.
coughing, and then this really really dark black goo just comes out as she coughs more and more and more. Just this stuff, and it hits the ground. It sizzles, and seems to either dissipate or go in the ground. You're not sure what, but whatever it is, it's probably real bad.
Gonna like hold her hair and pat her back like you do when your friend's drunk over the toilet. Like,
sure.
All right, get it out. Better
Yeah,
out than in. Just breathe.
No.
Just breathe.
No, somebody's got to go get her some Jack in the Box. That's what my friend did the one time I needed help with that.
That or White Castle. We've established this.
No,
I don't
Jack
think
in the
it
Brewing
was
Box.
has
Jack. It was
either
Jack
of
in the
those.
Box.
I know. I don't trust y'all.
As you're doing that, she's getting the rest of it out, whatever it is, and she takes a deep breath, and it's weird. With even for your passive perception, you notice that the breath she takes seems to be more than what her small frame should be able to support. And then she lets out a breath again that seems either she's got really good lung control all of a sudden or something's different. And as she stands up, looks down, and goes, this definitely won't do. She's got a dark robe on. I am much better now, Britt, thank you. Although this does feel weird. And as she says that, on her cheeks, eyes open up, look around and close. And then you don't even see the eye line anymore. And she rolls her neck and really is adjusting, and things are popping and twisting, and as she stands, she looks over to Valgwyn. You did well.
I did what was asked of me. Obviously paid the price for it.
I noticed that before I lost consciousness. I did try to postpone a little bit, but it did not seem to completely allow you to live. Sorry.
Godfrey said I'd probably have to give my life for the cause, so well, I guess we can check that box off then.
She walks over to you and she goes, "He's still there." Rothund.
Yes.
I need one of those bodies before you burn them all.
Sure. I haven't even started gathering them yet, but I'll grab one.
Okay. If I leave him there, he'll consume you. Do you want him removed? She's talking to Valgwin.
I figured. I was formulating a response. Well, he'll probably do more good for us outside of me than inside of me if he's there.
Who's where?
Godfrey.
I'm just trying not to make a comment. I'm working so hard.
I'm gonna grab Vivi's hand and put it over my mouth.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I've got a body at this point, right?
Sure. Yeah,
Doesn't
no
take me
problem.
long.
Yeah, I mean, find
Make it a
one,
good, strong one.
probably one that at least has most of its bits. Bring one over. Are you sure this could kill you? But if he stays, it will kill you.
Well, better to take the chance then, I guess.
She takes her hand and just like traces like the top of your face, like down your chin, through your beard to your neck, and goes over that wound, that stitched wound. And claws dig past and into your flesh. You feel that. You didn't feel the stitching before, but you feel that. And she starts muttering something under her breath. I don't know if anybody... Oh, Rothund would understand it. Is Rothund the only...
And I've got some interesting languages under my belt.
Yeah, you do.
I would understand it.
Yeah, you would. Oh, Vivian's gonna understand. There's a NPC there I need to move, sorry. There we go. Move you back now. Okay. So, Valgwin, Vivian, and Rothund, you're the only ones who will... Yep. Who will understand that under her breath, she is speaking Celestial. And she is trying to convince something to depart. And as their hands seem to dig more and more into Valgwin before grasping and pulling, when that happens, her right hand, some of you will remember that in her winged form, she stretched out her left hand. Now she's using her right hand. When she does this, a kind of dark green energy erupts from about the wrist and comes all the way back and like a flame just wafting backwards. She seems to grab and pull, and as soon as that happens, Valgwin erupts in silver flame. Just like a revenant, burning and being consumed. Valgwin, I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh.
As she pulls, the fiery flame that is consuming Valgwyn. Like you're watching as Valgwyn is dissipating, deteriorating, bits of his flesh just wafting off of him, just like a revenant being consumed. And she pulls, and that silver flame just goes with her. And she turns and forces that into the body that Rothund delivered. And as she forces that burning into the corpse, with her left hand, she makes a tying motion again before pulling her hand back, that green flame dissipating. Valgwyn collapses to his knees, sweat coming off of his face, but he still isn't breathing. Gritting his teeth from pain, but not taking breaths. That silvery flame on the fresh corpse burns that corpse until the flesh molds and changes. And then it stands up. And you see Godfrey reborn. And as soon as he does, Rothan, that sword leaves your hand.
Yeah.
And is right into his. Well, that was exhausting. Thank you, Lord Commander, for bringing me back. And Misery looks to Godfrey. You were still around for me to do so. And then she looks over to Savon. How is my son doing?
Well, his eyes open. He seems more lucid. He can't seem to get himself up, though.
It is up to him. I cannot help. He is still of the living and fighting to become something more. Good to see you're all alive. Well, and unalive, but still on this side.
What just happened?
I just separated Godfrey's soul from Valgwyn's soul before it consumed Valgwyn, and forced it into that soulless husk, and helped Godfrey reshape it into his likeness.
My eyes go really big, and I just do this nodding motion like I understand what's going on, and I really don't know what the fuck.
Pat. Pat.
I'm gonna use my sword to point to Valgwyn. Does that mean he's not gonna eat us now?
Why
he ever
would you
was gonna eat
think
us.
he was going to eat you?
Because I thought he was becoming a vampire.
What made you believe that?
I'm gonna take that as a no, and I'm gonna put the swords away.
It was, I think, about the blood smell and all of us being rather unclear as to how he ended up undead in the first place. So I think that might have contributed to a bit of the confusion.
He killed himself to escape the shadow mind thing. And in order to be able to cast a spell to help you all. Fortunately, he did it with a cursed dagger. And held on as long as he could. Actually, a little bit longer, and he would not be among us any longer. And she looks over at Valgwyn and goes, Thank you.
Oh, as I have this gaping wound in my chest still.
Yeah.
Yeah, no
It's
problem.
not gaping. You got sewed, but now you have 5 puncture marks around it.
Yeah, I got a
waste of
series of
bread.
gaping wounds.
Are we gonna put like googly eyes on top of it? Are you gonna do like puppet shows
Do
with
I
a
need
hole
to
in your
sew this
chest?
up again?
I was just
I
thinking
need
about, you know,
boots.
you could sculpt eyeballs out of mud and just place them on top like little like corks. It'll be fine.
Or like we could put little bats because
Mhm.
we're in Barovia. Or little dragons.
Yeah, so
I
anyway, Rothan, you know how to stitch a wound, right?
very minimally, but sure.
Minimal is good. I'd rather not have a crochet design put into my chest.
Sure,
Embroidery.
sure. Just 1 second, Val. I'm gonna go up to Godfrey, put up my hand towards him. Good to see you back.
Hand towards him how? What do you mean? Like to shake his hand?
Like shake his
Like
hand,
this.
but like the the like Arnold Schwarzenegger, that kind of handshake.
The
Predator motherfuckers, yeah.
Got it.
the bracer clasp.
Sure. When you do so, he grabs hard, and he
Mhm.
pulls you in, and he goes, "It's nice to see you changed one of your wrongdoings." Before letting you go.
All right, Val. See about closing those holes, I guess.
Oh, do you have negative energy? Because that's what Valgvin needs.
No, I was just gonna stitch him.
Oh, well, that's fine as well.
Negative energy.
What do you mean
Wait,
by
hold
negative?
on. Negative
Like-
energy?
Yes. Things that harm instead of heal.
Like
If he wants the holes to go
necrotic?
away. Yes.
Is that what might smell
If
sweet?
that's what I need to do, I can.
If he wants the holes gone.
Oh, hell, let's give it a try then. I've never been, well, dead like this.
I'll try to cast a cantrip on Valquin.
You been dead another way?
Apparently he has.
Wouldn't remember if I had.
He's probably gonna pass his save though because he's so intelligent or wise or whatever.
I mean, I could just choose to fail, so.
You can choose to fail, and it does not seem to do anything.
Cool.
And
You can,
Mizra
like-
goes, I think you need something a little bit more than base stuff.
You just
And
like cast
also-
like
As you did that, and the bell like formulated, it dissipated. So it didn't
I
really
was gonna
happen.
ask. Magic
This
isn't
is
working?
true.
Okay.
Yeah,
That was
I
my
don't
other
think we're gonna
Plunge to her out of here.
be able to do anything while we're here anyway.
And then that's when
Go-
Misery goes, but why could I?
just cast cure wounds and yell really angry things in his holes. It'll
I
totally
didn't-
work, I bet.
Scream real loud in my ass.
Don't think that's gonna help. But
Broken cat over
thanks.
there.
It's just a suggestion. Nothing else is working.
Let's just stitch him for now, and we'll worry about it later.
There, look, we got someone to cry. Yay! We did it!
Jesus fuck. Ooh. Oh.
hmm
Oh goodness.
Well,
Um,
while I'm stitching you, Val, you mind doing me a favor? And I'm gonna throw my hole on the ground. There's an item in there if you wanna, take a look at it.
Good enough. Look at misery.
I like how you all are checking out each other's holes. There's real camaraderie there.
You want to join?
No.
That's mostly a bromance you don't want to get in the way of.
Womp womp.
Ugh.
Well, I guess I'll look into the
Rejection.
hole, and I assume I see said evil ass mace, right?
Mhm.
I'm just gonna like flip the hole closed and be like, I don't have anything for that right now, and since spells don't work, I don't think I can do anything about it anyway. Perhaps we should wait until we're someplace else for that.
Fine with me. I was just, hoping maybe if you're in the hole, you could do something, but that's probably not a great
So
idea.
you try to flip it, and there's no flipping.
Oh no!
You can't seem to get under it.
Oh, no.
Profund, I think your portable hole just became a permanent hole.
Hmm.
So Misery, since she had asked why she might be able to use magic, I'm just gonna like look at her and be like, I think you might be something a little more than you were before. Things were. Do you remember?
I remember being stabbed. That was an unpleasant but necessary experience. And after that, I remember panicking,
Uh huh.
trying to get past some kind of wall, shooing a fly away.
Well, you were like a giant caterpillar in that cocoon, and then you like kind of scary, awesome monster ladied out and threw Mr. Strahd away and saved your son, and then passed out.
Caterpillars are. I only thought those of us who were from beyond the mist did.
Huh.
We get caterpillars. They turn into these horrible little biting flies.
Yeah, terrible moths. Eat everything in sight.
And everyone.
And everyone.
So you don't remember then taking the amber egg and shoving it into Rogier's chest to revive him? You don't remember that part?
I saw was a light coming out of Thalgwin's body that I pushed back in and sewed it to the flesh. And I saw that happening with Regier, and I took an amber light and used it as an anchor point to hold it and sew it to the body. I didn't really see things like I see you now.
You were also like much taller. Kind of scary awesome.
Well, then that means it was successful, and hopefully means we have an even better chance.
Well, that egg now is operating as your son's heart, so hopefully we'll see what that does coming up soon.
If he's gonna turn
I mean-
into a giant amber cocoon thing, that would be
Hopefully not.
inconvenient.
Could we maybe attempt to move him before he does that here? We are very out in the open with no magical support.
Well, Misery seems to be able to do magic.
I can
just
help
leaves her
dead
alone.
things, and he's not dead or dying.
Oh, that's good.
Well, just to see if I'm really hoping this works. Just to see if it's maybe you that can do things. Can you see if you can pick up the whole?
She'll go over there. She'll try, and her hand goes like through the dirt and comes into the side of the hole and lifts up dirt.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Give me an investigation check, Vivian. Viviana. I don't know why I keep wanting to call you Vivian.
Either one works. It's fine.
Whoa!
Damn.
Nice.
I mean, it looks like a hand. It definitely looks more bony than the right, not as fleshed and smoothed skinned.
Is
Like the
your
skin is
hand
more
okay?
sunken onto like themselves, like a bit withered, if you
Okay,
will.
but she doesn't know what that means yet, so she's just asking Misery. Is your hand okay? It looks not as strong as the other.
Opens and closes. It seems fine, though it does look different. I don't think that was part of the ritual. Huh.
You absorbed something from the lich. What we made a deal.
Something
Throwing the others no more.
interfered with the ritual?
The lich was still in there. He lived in the egg. You had destroyed him on the way, and we had bargained with him for the hand for our release from the temple. He had the hand of Vecta from Sarastra.
Had the hand and then was burned away, and now I have one hand that looks more withered than my other. That can't be a bad thing at all.
I don't know, that hand seemed pretty powerful. He wanted it for a reason.
Of course, connect him to an undead god. I don't want to be connected to anything other than what I want to be connected to.
Well, he got it off her by cutting it off. I think that unless you're going that drastic route, you might be stuck with it at least for a little bit.
I'll have to study on it.
That's the hand that you stretched out and Strahd went whoosh.
The gnat that you flicked away.
Well, now that is, and that was Strahd.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that is
Yeah.
interesting.
I don't think he liked it much.
Oh, I certainly hope not.
Then he got struck by lightning on his way over the cliff, of the stones.
It was quite poetic.
So some good did come out of all of this. We got Godfrey back. Falgwin's alive-ish. Rest of you seem okay. And Strahd got shooed away. Huh.
Regier lives.
He's alive.
Do you think it's safe to stay here since we can't really move your dragon son?
Perhaps. Perhaps. don't really know what all I can do. Other than manipulate dead things.
Manipulate a whole bunch of bodies to carry him back to the castle.
There's a lot of dead people here.
Right. But you all remember that I had hundreds and a wagon.
And
True.
now, he, when he met with the kindness prior to him becoming ill, he was man-sized. He could take the form of a humanoid. Could he, if he could get smaller again and tolerate maybe Rothun carrying him, we could at least get him to a place where Val could do his magic and get him back, at least like the original plan was, get him back to Argynvost.
Do any of you have a way of forcing that?
That doesn't sound healthy. Would he be able, I don't know how that magic works, would he be able to do it himself if he recovers enough or is loosened enough?
I mean, maybe, perhaps, but we're in a strange field where normal magic doesn't seem to be working. And he's not dead for me to do anything with. Because the whole point of this is to give me command over the dead, not the living.
I think maybe we should prepare to stay for a little bit. I mean, we
Yeah.
already stayed the night one night. Let Regier rest and see how he is tomorrow.
That sounds like a pretty decent plan.
It's not the greatest plan. I don't like being out in the open any longer than anybody else.
Does anybody
There-
have any food?
But nobody's magic is working either. No.
Exactly.
Well, if
I mean,
you
if
walk
nothing
out of the
else,
circle, I'm pretty sure it'll work.
I walked out
It
of the
said
circle.
it didn't work.
Like
Didn't
not
work.
just
I walked out.
just I mean like out of the whole area, like down to the trees, you know.
I didn't go down to the trees, no.
And there is a chance that, you know, after a period of time, things will resume to be normal here. I don't know how long a period of time that will be,
We
but you
did
know,
release a whole lot of magic in one
I was
spot,
gonna say.
all concentrated, all at once. That might take like a long time.
Eons. Those
But at least up
starstones
here-
are totally dead.
We could walk over there where the sun was.
How many tree trunks big is the dragon? Like, how many tree trunks underneath the dragon would it take to like move him? Like the tree trunks are like rollers, like old like Egyptian style with the big boulders and.
I'm
How
gonna
many
cut you
tree
off
trunks?
there.
Give me an
The trees that
intelligence
are
ability
here
check.
are way bigger.
Yeah, we'd have to get those big trees down, and something feels like a bad idea about cutting them down.
Well, we would probably only need
Go, Archie,
two of
go.
those, but they are super big and heavy.
Like walking around the dragon going,
I mean, like 5 to 8.
Seems very, very, very difficult. Before, when we got up here, was there any growing things? Like, was there grass? Or is it all just rock and dirt?
There was sparse grass that was up here.
Is it still there?
And then you guys demolished the inside of this ring to flatten everything.
Oh, that's right. Is there any signs of like grass, like towards the outer rim, and walk around the dragon, and then walk towards like the entrance exit area to the south? I think it was. Basically, what I'm trying to determine, like, did we kill the land here? Is there visible changes in the terrain? Like, did the grass go from green to purple to blue to blue, something?
That's a very good question. I will
And
say
mommy,
that in the what you remember before versus what you're seeing now, there is definitely less things alive.
hey, mommy Misery, could you ask the ground to move the dragon? What if the ground itself is like dead? Or like the plants and shit, and then you could be like, hey plants, I need you to move said dragon here to like the end.
Me to talk to dead grass to move a
Yeah.
giant dragon.
Look, and I'm gonna like stand up and like go around in circles and like do this like wide. Yeah, just look down and go, hey land, can you do me a favor? Can you help me move that big guy there, that direction? I don't know, just try it. Make sure to say please.
Give me a persuasion check.
Persuasion check. Okay.
She goes over to the ring that you kind of stamped out. She sits down. And then she leans forward and puts her right hand down into the ground, and her nails kind of dig in, and she closes her eyes and she seems to concentrate for a moment. She takes a breath in, and seemingly long, endless, deep breath in. And then when she exhales, there's a kind of dark mist that seems to come out of her mouth, settles into the ground, and like the ground seems like soak it up. And then she opens her eyes and looks around and she goes, well, that is interesting. Well, the ground's not dead, Arcadia.
Oh, okay.
The grass doesn't have anything for me to talk to. They don't have souls.
Okay.
However, this entire place is a massive burial ground. And I happen to need an army. And she closes her eyes and begins to just release this fog and mist that just soaks up into the ground. And the ground itself shakes as you guys hear things popping, cracking, and breaking all around you. Or at least outside of this particular circle. And slowly, ever so slowly, undead things whose eyes burn in a silvery light, but not the entire body, start walking up and into the ring.
Not exactly what I had in mind, but not bad. I'm just gonna like make sure I'm out of the way as I walk past.
Their
Well.
heads. Hundreds.
If we're going to be leaving, I need to hop down in this hole and open my backpack because I got to grab an item and put it in there.
And she's just constantly like breathing in deep and just letting this mist out, and the ground just soaks it up. I need anybody trained in religion can make a religion check right now.
Mhm.
Um, so the three of you can feel that like the very atmosphere itself is changing. And it feels like holy ground. Like Misery is consecrating this land. With every breath she releases. Which is weird because there's a bunch of undead. And it should be the other way for that to work. One of you gets a little bit extra and you will be getting a whisper.
Ooh.
A whisper, whisper.
I wonder who that is.
Obviously, it's Viviana.
Mm-hmm.
Duh.
What was his name? Barkus? What was the little bat's name?
Bartok.
Bartok, thank you.
Bartok.
Love Bartok. That's what I'm imagining here. Is
Mhm.
Rasputin calling out all the green people.
Mhm.
It's not wrong. They're just coming in. And all of them have the eyes aglow. Some of them still have bits of old armor that, I mean, clearly aren't up to snuffs in any way, shape, or form.
Oh no.
Mm.
I like you're just singing to yourself, Archie.
It's there forever now.
I kind of like to think that it's canon that all this stuff is happening and the undead are rising and Archie's just singing the soundtrack in the background.
In the dark of the night.
Dum dum dum. Okay. One of the dead guys or dead girls. It's hard to tell with bones unless you're, in the medical field and can judge the hips, but the dead things. Is walking towards Arcadia.
Oh shit.
Like
I'm gonna move out of the way.
beelines heading straight for you.
I'm doing to move out of the way, but like, sorry.
And it follows you. As you back up, it turns and follows.
Circles around Vivian.
And it's just following you.
Archie,
Oh.
friend of yours, Archie?
No.
Are you sure?
Misery, what is this thing? Why is it funny? I'm gonna go over to Misery and hide behind Misery's ropes. Make it stop.
It follows you.
What does it want?
Do you stop running?
I'm gonna hide behind Misery's robes, and if Misery turns, I'm just gonna like turn with Misery, like
Misery's
the
paying
scared
absolutely no attention to you.
Fine, I'll stop running.
You don't have to. You keep running if you want.
Oh, what does it want? What do you want?
Do you stop running?
Yes.
Okay. It stops right in front of you and reaches behind it and pulls out a spear
What's that for?
and hands it towards you.
I'll like take it, but like tentatively, like it's contaminated with like dead goo or something, and pick it up.
Okay.
Thanks.
You take the spear?
Yeah.
Okay. You see what's left of the jaw open, and then it turns to dust. And you're left with the spear.
The fuck is this?
As you look at the spear itself, you can see that the pointy end appears to be chiseled rock, but still really sharp. Like just looking at it, you can tell that this is still a viable weapon. As you're looking over it, you notice that the rock area is stained. You recognize stains of this nature. These are blood stains that were just never cleaned off. And as you notice the rocky the rock blade, if you will, coming down and onto the wooden shaft, thick leathers that are also still seemingly stained in blood hold that blade to the shaft of the rest of the spear, and then on two different spots there's more leather that's wrapped around. And as you're looking at this thing looks like it was, other than being stained in blood, looks like it was just made. But that guy was definitely super dead.
I think it gave me undead cooties on the undead spear thing. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Dust Guy. I'm just gonna hold on to it for a minute.
Okay. After about, I don't know, 35, 40 minutes of Misery vomiting into the ground, she finally stops. Rothund, what are you doing inside your hole? You said you were going to jump down in your hole and switch some things around out of your sack.
I was just going down there, opening my backpack, and scooping the mace up into the backpack. I don't have much of anything in there, so it should fit easily.
Sure. How are you doing so?
I'm taking the sides of the backpack, and just like scooting it under the mace and just like shimming it all the way up so I don't touch the mace.
Okay. Sure. Have said mace in your backpack.
Rotha,
Climb out of
when
the
you're
hole.
done playing in your hole, I got a question for you.
Sure.
Misery now has the ability to have some sort of power and ability over undead as he gesticulates to the field of dead people. Is there conversations we need to be having about saving your friends? Misery might have the ability to do that now.
It's possible, sure, but as of right now, they're with Strahd under his command. So,
But
as far as I'm concerned, it means they're evil undead and they must die. If they can be brought back afterwards, sure, but I'm not worried about it that much right now.
we don't need to worry about it in this instant. Just something to think about. You don't always have to kill things first to try and solve a problem. I don't know if we can, but if there's a way for her to gain control over them, one, that's liberating them from essentially a slave master, which I thought you'd want for your friends. Two, it would eliminate the need to kill them in the first place. We might have
Yeah,
more allies that way.
if there's a way to do so and we have the opportunity, I don't see why not. But we'll come to that at a later point, I think. Kill if I have to fight them and kill them, I'm going to do it, and that is a form of freedom. So, because as of right now, they are dead and they're doing something against their will, killing them again would set them free. So,
No
either way
one's down
works,
that
is what
part.
I'm saying.
No one's down that part. It's just sometimes people lack to live. Again, not something to talk about now or need to figure out. It's just, again, he gesticulates around the field of Hella's battlefield here. Seems like we had more options when it comes to that sort of thing than when we woke up this morning. And he'll walk off.
Not a bad idea, but I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, that's a little concerning. Because I know that you're right. If Jinxie got turned into a vampire, the end game is always to end that person if there's no other option. But I'd do everything the hell I could first to make sure there wasn't some other way I could get her back.
That's fair. But if they are proven to be a risk, it's better to make them not a risk in any way you can.
Boy, it really got to you, didn't it? That little one that wore the armor that you wear now. Seeing him again all vampired up really got to you, didn't it?
So just get out of here, all right?
All I'm saying, Rothan, is don't be stubborn about options just because you've given up already. That's all I'm asking.
If I had given up, I would have walked out of the mist. I have that option.
I don't know if you do. And I'll let Rothan play in his hole.
Misery seems to be communicating somehow to the army of the dead that she has just summoned up. And
Bone scattering.
they seem to they seem to spread out more instead of being, so making this tiny. When you fill it up with hundreds of dead, this tiny circle area, um, they start spreading out, and she goes, "Well, we'll have an alarm system. By the way, Valgwin, some of them are dwarves. Maybe you'll be able to teach one successfully."
Well, at least he'll have it in his bones, and like that other poor bastard I tried to teach how to forge.
Ha ha ha. Glad to note that death hasn't taken away your sense of humor. I don't see a viable way of moving Rajir. I can't carry him unless I was in this um, scary, awesome monster lady form. I don't really feel like that's a thing for me right now.
You could cut down a lot of trees and have them be rolled away. Make the skeleton baby thingies go move the tree from the back to the front, and then pull, and then move the tree from the back to the front, and pull. You need a lot of trees for that, though.
That would take days, which I would rather just spend here, hoping he recoups enough to move on his own weight.
Got it. It's a backup plan, and I'm just talking.
We have protection now, at least. If something comes up on it, it's not just us out here alone.
Brought wood if you guys want to make a campfire. Good luck with that one if you can't make a campfire without magic. But I'm sleeping down here
Down where?
in a hole.
You're sleeping in the
Oh,
hole.
Exactly.
Bro, that's
And a
like,
surprise
this
to no
is
one.
my fucking home, damn it. I am not
This hole
leaving
was
it.
made for me.
I don't want to leave it here. I want to take it. I want my damn hole. And if I can't have it, I'm going to cry myself to sleep tonight inside my hole.
Emotional support hole.
Everybody needs one.
A little more. We'll have some more tears. Oh, nope, it's happening already.
nope. I'm clear. I'm good. No more tears. But it was a very close call. Very close call.
Damn. Oh, man. After 5 years, my armrest is finally cracking on the side.
Oh no.
Oh
Oh,
no.
no. That's all right. I know where I can get some spare parts locally.
Stay away from my chair.
It's funny. What would you guys like to do? Say, what do you get? What do you got? What do you do? Anything?
Are there still dead bodies from the people that died in this conflict here around us that are like dead, or are they like now resurrected dead?
Oh no, they're resurrected.
Okay, then I don't need to burn bodies. That's what I was gonna see if we had to do any body burning before undead Strahd friends, but if Misery's got an army, we're good there. She can have them all. We got some werewolves now, I think, too, right?
Had someone talked to Emil before they ran off?
Not really.
So we don't know if the ritual did anything for them.
You guys don't know. You guys told them to go. because they were at the state of even hitting each other because they were all in a blood frenzy.
So it sounds like it didn't then.
I'm gonna recoup a little bit while I'm down here. Might as well do this just in case.
Sure.
I like how I just heard the healing word, the second wind sound, and don't see Rothund anymore because he's in a hole.
Rothund just disappear.
Where is Rothund's hole?
He's
Uh,
right here.
yeah.
You don't
yeah,
see Rothund
yeah.
right here?
No, I don't see Rothund
I
in a
see him.
hole.
I mean, I'm not going to put a
he's just
hole in the
glowing.
ground.
He's just he's so bright. I don't see him through the blinding light. That's
Yeah.
what it is.
That's
Which I shouldn't have
genuinely see
anymore, I guess, because
I see a bright hole. In all honesty, it's just
there you go. There's a bunch of
Jesus.
brightness
a
now.
hole of
Oh,
light.
no.
Oh God!
No, put that right.
hold on, I can get rid of
You
this
already
if
have
I don't
light
it
on you.
anymore.
Oh, you took it off?
Well, yeah,
Oh, 'cause you don't have the sword anymore.
Sword anymore, so I might as well take it off.
Yeah, you no longer have the retribution of the damned. Well, good news is you don't have to worry about trying to smelt that into a hammer.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, I wasn't gonna
if
do
you
that anyway.
changed it, and Godfrey came back to life, and he's like, "What the fuck did you do to my sword?"
He would have smacked you upside the
Wasn't
head.
gonna risk it.
With
No
the
way in
hammer.
hell.
Can
Yeah, well,
you
it wasn't gonna
imagine?
happen anyway.
Oh my goodness.
Guys, it would have been fine, I'm sure. This is my believable face, right?
Yep, very believable.
Okay, good.
Completely
That's the
Good.
most sweet,
benign and
amazing
innocuous.
coming out of your mouth ever.
All right, so Rothund sleeping in his hole. The rest of you, I mean, you still have a good chunk of the evening here. Like, the first part of the morning, big ritual. A couple hours after that, Misery's awake and talking, brings back an army of the dead. I mean, it's been an eventful day, and you're tired, but the day's not over. And we can speed things up if you want. There's definitely some time to, bitch, bicker, fight.
I'm gonna go sit in front of the dragon's face as it's like trying to recover and just start introducing myself and telling the dragon all about the resistance and everything that happened in the ritual while it's like passed out. Like a complete update. As I'm like twisting this weird spear around in my hands. Like you talk to people when they're in the hospital and they may not be conscious. I'm gonna do the same thing.
Okay.
Give it my complete life story.
You don't go that far. Oh my god.
Oh no!
Everybody's listening. Wit is gonna want all of the dirt on Archie to use later.
At what point does Savon just punch Archie in the face to get them to shut the fuck up?
If she goes on too long, she's.
Oh, I'm just gonna I'm not gonna be super loud, but definitely not quiet about it. I'm just gonna talk to the unconscious dragon.
Standing behind Archie, mouthing, "I'm so sorry."
I just get the image of when you're in the car with the kid or in the airplane with the kid and then you're stuck, or you're in the bathroom and the kid comes in and they start asking you the most random ass shit because you're stuck. That's just what went through my head.
There would be that point when Siobhan has to cover her mouth.
Look, Siobhan, if you let her go and just pay attention, at some point they're gonna say something that we can use against them later, and it's gonna be fabulous. So just wait for them to dig their own hole instead of borrowing Rothund's. At least that's what I used to do to my sister.
You used to bury her in a hole.
No!
Oh.
God forbid and never bury her in a hole. Never know what's down there in Barovia. No, I used to just let her ramble until she gave me something I could use as blackmail, and then I'd blackmail her.
Misery comes over to sit like within the wing of Rogier and just starts to pet.
That's your mommy petting you now. I'm narrating everything.
Patting Siobhan so she doesn't punch Archie.
I have great
she's all
bedside
tensed
manner,
up,
y'all.
like-
I believe it.
Arcadia, roll me a d20, please.
Roll for bedside manner.
Hold
Sorry.
on.
If that was the case, that would be with disadvantage.
It's true to be embarrassed by it.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Not true if you can get arrested for it.
In Barovia?
My stomach hurts.
Nice.
Okay. Well, let's just go ahead and fast forward a bit here. You, few Arns later, for us Farscape fans, Arns. Brilliant show. Love it. Hashtag best show ever made.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier today. As the evening gets darker, you guys are once again able to see through that mist and see lights in the distance. And once again, they're able to see through the mist. Tiny motes of lights in the sky. Some of you would know that to be stars, and other of you would know that to be magic lights in the sky that you've never fucking seen before until being in this fucking weird-ass place. Also an illusion that you saw.
And now there are shiny lights in the sky. Too bad you're still asleep, buddy.
I feel like every time you talk, the lip curls a bit and like fights ever so much harder to wake up.
I said, shut.
Yes, exactly. Just to tell you to shut the fuck up. But that doesn't happen. Is there anything you guys would like to do before we take a long rest?
Val, are you awake?
I
You want to join me in my hole?
I'm a child.
I mean, I guess I could. I guess I should practice being 6 feet, at least 6 feet underground, considering I'm already dead.
Well, you're in luck. This is 10 feet deep.
And handling it so very well.
Well, fuck it, I'll join Rofun in his hole. Why not? I don't give a
Okay.
shit.
All right.
I just want to tell you that I appreciate what you did. I don't know if I would have been able to go through with it without knowing all the details, but I do think in the future you should at least tell one other person the plan. That way not everyone is shocked and they can at least help you if you need it.
Well, I'm hoping that we have no more surprises like this at all.
I agree, but just try not to keep everyone in the dark with plans that you may or may not have to go through with.
Well, fair enough. I will do my best to not keep everyone in the dark going forward,
Alright.
unless I'm explicitly told otherwise.
Well, if it's the leader, that's obvious because well, the oath and all. But if it's not the leader, then technically you don't have to follow it. So I'd appreciate if you didn't in that case.
Fair enough.
All right. Now, if you want to stay down here, I don't care, but you don't have to stay down here if you don't want to.
I mean, if you just want me to get out of your hole, you can say so.
I don't care either way. There's plenty of room, so I don't care.
I will leave the hole then.
How do you do so?
Obviously I'm a dwarf, so I'm like a mole. I'll just dig my way out the side and up, right? That's how this
Sounds
works.
good. I will allow it. Sounds great. As you come out of the hole, it's at this moment that you realize that the connection to an amulet is no longer there. It's still physically there, but you no longer feel the bounded nature of it.
Fair enough. Update that on my character sheet.
Tricks. As you're sitting there, Godfrey walks over to you. Stand up. Follow me. Do you listen?
Okay. I'm too tired not to with that exhaustion point. I would say I'm tired. So yeah, I listen.
Okay. He walks only not too far, maybe about 60 or so feet away, and draws his blade. You need to learn to push beyond that. It's time for training.
And I just grin really big as I grab Horn Guard and get ready.
Everybody else just hear the sounds of blade hitting blade as Trix is pushed back. Even wielding Horn Guard. Even with the exhaustion, because you know the first couple, like she's pushing past it, she's got the giddy high. And it doesn't make sense because the sheer size difference of the blades, it should not be this way. But there are times when he's very delicately deflects the blade off the side of his to where it just crashes into the ground. And he just very lightly, I say lightly, but he stabs into you. Dead, 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 dead. Backs off before you can pull the blade back out again. And other times he just full on ting, and you whoosh, and he's dead, 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 dead. And you, and he goes, I don't care. Again. You and him are going to be sparring for a good while. Does anybody else want to do anything else? Other than the go gather some pebbles for the project and taking of the spear? Nope.
Just gonna kind of sit off to the side and watch all these people that are weirder than we thought now that we're actually here.
As you're actively like really doing that, it's unsettling how many pairs of silver flamed eyes are around, staring back and into the darkness as it is dark.
Hmm.
You lose count.
Gonna see if I can cast light just to see if magic is working.
Does not cast. So you build up the energy, like you feel the energy build, and it pop, 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 pop,
Mhm.
and then nothing, like a dud of a firework.
Good to
Couple of
know.
couple of putts, and then disappointment.
Well, guess I won't be given an update to the fearless leader who's not here. Just gonna watch all these people then.
Are they wearing like? Is there any rhyme or reason or pattern or era like in terms of the armor that they're wearing? Do they look to be from like the same time, like they all died in the same battle, or does this like layers upon layers of dead that have been buried here?
I'm gonna say that you're not sure, but when there's more light out, you can definitely pay more attention and try to gather a bit more information.
Okay.
As they were around, you weren't really focused on that. You had a lot going on.
Mhm.
So it's a good thought to have, and I think Wit is going to try to pay more attention to that when there's more light out.
Yeah, I'll pick that up in the morning.
Okay, well, is anybody going to set a watch or trust the network of alarm that Misery has cast?
Misery was able to cast alarm, or
Yeah, I'm not sure if
the
you knew this
difference
or not.
between.
She raised a bunch of dead guys.
Oh,
They're the alarm.
The
that's the
network of
alarm.
alarm.
You know, I still think a watch would do me some good, but I'm willing to take
Yeah.
first if we want to keep an eye on
Yeah.
each other.
Yeah, I'll stay up first and see what's going
Okay.
on.
Okay, Vivian, I'll take first then.
Probably already hear me snoring because I went to bed already.
Not Rothan then. All right. Well, I think we probably only need one at a time, Vivi. If you'll take, so I'll take first, you take second, and then Trix will probably pass herself out. Maybe Archie will take third,
Yeah, that's fine.
or um,
I'll do
Siobhan,
it.
you don't you don't need to sleep, do you, darling?
No,
Is it rude to ask you to take the night's watch, or like
no.
partner you up with someone? So tell you what, well, if you don't mind watching again, I don't want to take your time, but
No, I don't
if you
mind.
don't mind partnering, I'll partner with you the first, and then
Mm.
Vivi you take second, Archie you take third.
Yeah. Sure. Speaking of like undead sleeping things, I wonder if Valgwyn needs to sleep now.
Well, that's actually a fair question.
He's a weird dwarf anyway.
So Savon doesn't need to sleep, but they do have a 4-hour rest where they spend inactive, motionless state, but they do retain consciousness during so.
Yeah, anytime. I mean, anytime you can do that while I'm up and watching. I don't think there's gonna be. I don't think there ain't much going through here, but it just makes me feel better for us to keep an eye on ourselves as well.
No, that's fair.
I won't chatter at you. We'll let you rest.
No promises.
I'm taking first. On my watch, I can make the promise. Archie, you're on third.
Yep. I'm just gonna like curl up in front of the dragon's face with my spear. Good night, buddy.
Okay.
You know, I really do think she means well.
They do.
First watch. I mean, give me a perception check.
It's creepy out there.
Are you lighting torches again and tossing
Oof.
torches in the air?
I mean, apparently not, because that's a nat 1, so... Nope.
To be fair, this has been a terrible day. The last
he's
time
just-
you talked to your sister, the reply was a muffled response.
I forgot
You
about that.
actively can't talk to them right now, and you've never gone so long not talking to them. And then all this shit happened with the ritual, with the the seeming betrayal of Falquin stabbing Misery, to suddenly being that was part of a plan, to Strahd showing up, and then the whole shadow mindfuck you were in, to Echo was or is a real cat, and you talk to some short woman thing that wants you to finish their promise of what they said they would do, to figuring out whatever this was that was around Misery is going back inside them, to the dragon, and then the starstone shattering and magic not working, and just so much that I don't think you pay attention to anything.
I feel like he just kind of sits, like, with his knees up, like an elementary school kid a little bit, and just kind of leans his back on Siobhan's back and just kind of sits there for his entire watch, just staring at his feet. And then when he's snaps out of it enough to know that his watch is done, he'll go get Fifi.
So, as you're sitting there doing that,
oh no,
a hand brushes your shoulder and sits in front of you and goes, "Copper for your thoughts?"
He will startle, because obviously he was not keeping great watch. Oh, just the usual, just worrying. It was a lot today. A lot more than I was expecting, and trying to sift through some of what happened.
Talk it out. Maybe it'll help. What are you sifting through right now?
Well, one, I'm worried about my sister and some sort of strange garbled noise she was making the last time I heard from her, so I'm not entirely convinced she's not dead, and I'm still sort of disturbed by the fact that there had to be a murder, although I fully understand now why that happened, but that didn't make it any less disturbing to witness. And then the shadow thing happened, and then I don't understand who this little thing was, but somehow they've given me some sort of mission. This little person was telling me which is the same thing we were going to do anyway, but somehow felt like something different or something changed. And it was just so small with the were-ravens. Like, when it was just us trying to take little pieces and little pieces and little pieces, and it never really felt like anything was working, but we knew why. It was one beakful out of an ocean, and now it feels like now that I know what an ocean is, I feel like I'm trying to drink from a whole ocean, and I'm supposed to be taking it in all at once.
Talk to me about what you saw, the little person thing.
Oh yeah, it was when the shadows took over. It was this I ended up in a house, not like anything I've seen here that we have in Barovia. It was real contained, and there wasn't anything in color, but everything was small. Like, it the table came up to like my hips, and the cups were too small, and everything just wasn't quite the right size, and I couldn't tell for a minute if I was too big or if the room was too small, but then this little shorter person came in, and then another one, and then another one, and some of them kind of looked like maybe children. And I mean, we've got some halflings in our in our kindness, so I'm assuming that's what they were. It was like a little halfling family, and then one of them looked at me, and she had this crossbow, and she wanted me to. I think I needed to kill her for that ritual, and I didn't understand, and I don't understand why, but at one point she pointed that crossbow at me, and I had to choose between her and me, and she said I was supposed to be the one to finish what she started, or finish what she vowed, or be the one to kill him, something like that, before I got yanked back out of the shadows. This cat was on the table. I can't summon him now. I think the magic is all messed up, but the cat that seemed to find me at Argynvost, he was climbing on the table, and he turned into this fluffy orange thing and seemed to be a part of that family.
Who imagined the Echo tattoo burning itself onto Wit? Where was that at? Where do you think Wit got that tattoo?
Honestly, probably same place I have it. It's probably on one of his forearms.
Okay. In that case, Misery will reach over and just very gently, like, brush against that tattoo. And when she does so, she's like, well, that's interesting. It's living and dead. And she makes a plucking motion, and then the dead version of Echo is there.
Oh.
While her hand is on your wrist. And she goes, this connected you to a friend of mine. Name is Bellary.
The cat connected me to a friend of yours?
This was her cat. And she promised Strahd to be the one to kill him.
The little halfling that I saw, this was her cat. And she promised Strahd?
Yes, she was, it's very, very much alive. And something. Very mighty for someone so small.
You know, I didn't get that impression of her in there. She seemed... When she was in the memory, she seemed happy with her family. And then it was something different when she figured out I was there.
I imagine that's probably what she gave up. All of us had to give something up. And she'll, like, do the head motion over to Rogier's direction to bring him about. So we didn't understand it at the time. I think there was, did talk about this a little bit before. She gave up all of the faces of her family. So you probably saw what she gave up. And somehow the cat bonded you two together.
He just showed up when we were at Argynvost.
Sounds like very something much a cat would do. Show up and decide to bond to one individual person and decide that you belong to it.
To be fair, cats and birds don't normally get along, so we haven't really had any at the kindness, so I'm not so familiar with how they work.
think I can.
But I'll carry.
I think I can help you with some of your anxiety. And she'll take her hand off of the tattoo, and the echo that was just kind of walking around fades again, because she seems to no longer be, touching that, empowering it, if you will, with whatever she has. And you notice that quite quickly. She seems to
Wait,
let
can you
go,
bring
and
him back?
she reaches out again, and then she has to make a
Time out.
plucking motion. But it's the dead version.
It's okay. He'll scoop the cat and is just petting it with one hand, because I'm assuming the arm has to be connected. Sorry. Can you do it one-handed?
Don't think so. This requires both of us.
Okay. And he scratches the cat and then lets it go.
And she lets go again, and she takes your right hand into her left hand, and like finger and finger entwines and grasp on. And then she takes your left hand and puts it against the top of her chest. And she moves her hand to your chest. And your tattoo, you feel, has energy again. If you want to reach out, see how they're doing, you can.
Oh, thank you. Hold on. Jigsy?
Yes?
Oh, God. What were you doing earlier?
Well, there was this lake. You know, there's lakes, right? Like, I was in a lake, and now, like, we're under the lake. But yeah.
He'll open his eyes and look at Misery for a second. She tried to talk while she was swimming.
Misery just smiles at you. Doesn't say anything, just smiles, and a look of course she did.
He'll go back to the tattoo for a second. All right, honey, I'm glad you're all right. Thanks for
Uh-huh.
checking in. We got Regier up, and a lot of shit's happened. I'll fill you in later, but
Okay, there's
he's
this really
alive.
cool cave.
Bring me back a shiny rock. Not
I want
a
lots of
cursed
pocket
one.
rocks.
Well, we'll compare who has the best one when we get back.
That's a cursed rock.
Great.
As long as it's not cursed, you know a curse don't count.
How do you know it's cursed for sure, for sure?
I'ma ask Misery. I can
That's
cheat now.
cheating.
Yeah, it is. All right, now, little girl. Glad to hear from you. No more talking under lakes.
Well, you asked
In
a
lakes.
question. Wasn't my fault.
You're right. It is entirely my fault. You're right. Good night.
Nightwit.
He'll open his eyes and look at Misery and go, I might need you to check for cursed rocks when we get back. But if she doesn't have any, I win the bet.
She removes her hand off of where your tattoo is, obviously, and sits back. Do you feel a little better now?
Yeah, I feel like I can breathe again. Still breathing water, but I can breathe.
My friend Bellery would have done something similar. She always said that whenever you gain a new member of the family, there should be some kind of orientation. And you should always try and help each other. You seemed to be not yourself. A lot happened today, so I understand. I do. But I wanted to help in what ways I could.
Thank you. Didn't seem to be too much I was able to help you with earlier, so thank you for yours.
You were part of the ritual. Hopefully we got everything out of him. So thank you.
If we didn't, how would we know?
Well, probably at the worst possible moment.
So typical for Barovia.
Typical for Barovia. Get what rest you can.
He'll reach out for her hand.
She will give her hand over.
And he'll hold it and go, truly, thank you. And he'll press a kiss to her palm and then go over and wake up
You said
Vivi
what
for
you
her shift.
wanted.
Hi, Merlin. Vivi's your turn, baby.
Okay, I'm awake.
And we'll go to sleep.
Viviana, perception check. I mean, you see what it is that you expect to see with the strange motes of light beyond the thin veil of mist. You see the town in the distance still that has the fire lights that are lit and going. And all around the eyes that move. They don't constantly stare there, but they do seem to move around. The specks of also light within the darkness. And it's kind of unsettling, but also a little comfortable, a little comforting, because there is so much light in the darkness.
Yep.
It reminds you that there's always a chance, always a way to banish darkness.
Just
All you
need
need is
little
a
lights.
light. That's right. And as you sit there, looking around and contemplating that, other than the crackle of the fire that happens, the bolt of lightning that happens, you hear a large intake of air. And as you turn around, you see the head of Regier moving and lifting its neck up. Both eyes open as he looks around.
Are you feeling better, Mr. Rishier?
He looks down with one eye. He's a big boy now. I gotta remember that myself. He looks down with one eye, and in your head, because he doesn't say it out loud, it appears that I will recover.
If you need anything, just let us know.
Currently, other than rest, there's nothing else that I need, but Dawn Father did want me to pass a message on to you.
He spoke to you?
A warmth like I've not experienced said something. I can only imagine it was your god. bright yellow light, almost blinding, helped me before Mother could solidify my new heart.
We were worried about you.
Thank you. You and I are both scarred now, but yours has different meaning. And you need to go to Perez.
Perez?
The Lord of Light commands it.
Okay. I'll see when I can get there. There's kind of a lot going on right now.
Sure. If you would like to aggravate the deity you believe
Of course not, but I mean, I'll do what I can. Thank you.
I am but a messenger in this regard. The least I can do is pass on the message.
Thank you.
By the way, does your friend always talk so much?
I mean, this has actually been less than normal because they're trying not to be too loud.
I've never wanted to bite a head off so much in my short time being on here than before, and I've wanted to bite other people. There was an elf woman with long black hair I really did not get along with, but this individual,
If you let Archie know, maybe they'd go bother somebody else. They were trying to.
somehow I doubt that. I
Me
believe
too,
that
but
would just
it was a
add
thought.
wood to the fire.
Yes.
I think I will stay still. I do not want to wake Mother. Don't let anybody know of our talk. When it's morning, I'll move again. And he
Rest well, sir.
puts his head back down. And then, Savon, in your head, you also get a message. Don't fucking tell anybody I woke up. I know you see me.
He just gets just like a little smirk. Just like...
He's dead, Mother. Don't spoil my fun.
Gosh, Mom, let me sleep.
Could you give me 2 seconds, person? Jeepers.
Sorry about that. I thought I'd get the same thing.
No, you get something different.
Oh, fun.
Valgwyn Thunderkeg. I really would like to kill you. But you did what needed to be done, knowing that I would want to kill you. You can hear like the deep breath, the dragon like taking in the big breath. Who everybody's laying around like squishes back a little bit. Poor Arcadia like rolls a little bit as the air is like released out the snout. Just
don't hear anything.
Is it not picking up? Of course not.
No, it didn't pick up.
Okay. You did exactly what I expected. So I won't kill you. And I no longer need what you gave me. Do you want it back?
I was in the shadow. I already killed that part of my life, I believe. You can keep it.
Okay. Then instead, I will re-bless what you have made. Walk in front of me wearing it.
All right. Well, it'll take me just a hot second because I don't have it on right now. But yeah, I'll get the armor on and I'll grab the hammer and shield and walk in front of him. You know what? I'll even take a knee.
Okay.
I'm gonna Tebow it. That's a sports reference for those people.
I understood.
Everybody
I
knows
did
that
not
one.
understand. I
You
did
didn't know?
not. I didn't. No,
That
you
was
said Tebow. I thought teabag was what was happening. I was very confused.
Wow.
It's okay.
no.
I'm on board now.
Okay. After you kneel, you kind of right in front of, and again, he's much bigger than before. He's a size that doesn't make sense for how long he's been around. He takes that deep breath in and blows out a silver flame that encompasses you. Vivian, you suddenly hear a sound of fire and like, what the fuck? Turning around to see Rashir is burning Valgwin in silvery flame. And Valgwin just
Eyes wide
is
watching this.
there just kneeling and just seems to be taking it. Just not moving, not screaming, not crying for help. Just accepting whatever fate he has that Rashir has decided.
Makes sense.
When the breath ends, the flame ends. Arcadia rolls over a little bit because it got hot for a moment, and that's not the side that they like. And then they get a little more comfortable in this ground and begin snoring again. As Valgwin, the runes around your armor burn once more in the silvery light. The shield aglows and the hammer floats. And the wounded section of the armor no longer wounded. The Argynvost silvered scale, silvered wing, and the silvered fist are restored.
Gonna make their weight correct again now.
As this finishes and as this all changes and transpires, he says one more thing to you before he closes his eyes and seems to go back to sleep. I hope you realize you are bound forever to the house of Argynvost now.
I knew there would be a price to pay. And apparently I've paid it now.
All debts are cleared. Sets his head back on the ground.
As I'm walking back over to where I was sitting up against that rock,
Mhm.
I will take off my amulet that I'm wearing. And I will Viviana.
What? Yes,
I'll
I'm here.
take it and I'll throw it at her. Throw it. Not at her. I phrased that wrong. I will toss it to her.
Okay.
I'm gonna spike this amulet at Viviana. We're keeping with the football
It's
references.
a shuriken, just
Oh,
And there
God.
we go. What?
Okay.
Is everything okay now, Gwen?
This won't work for me anymore. Perhaps it will be better served in your hands now.
Okay, and is everything okay with you and the rest of your group? You don't all seem to see eye to eye sometimes.
I will. Sometimes things are better left unsaid than said. There's less problems to deal with. But it all worked out in the end this time, so hope we don't have to do that anymore. Ponder on that amulet for a while. I think it'll suit you nicely.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
you look at this amulet that he's given you, and it's a little bit bigger than than hand size. Like it spreads pretty good. The center of it is this red jewel that seems to be recessed into a some kind of metallic circle that ends in like flames of a starburst pattern. And as you look at this, I need you to give me a religion check. Yeah, it looks just like that.
Yeah, it looks like this. Oh my gosh.
Oof, I might actually know
Holy shit.
this.
You, this is one of the artifacts that you guys have been looking for. This is the holy symbol of Ravenkind, one of the banes to vampires and similarly alike undead.
Kind of look at
And
that.
now
Are you sure you
now
trust
you
me
know
enough with
why
this?
you couldn't find it.
What choice do I have at this point? It's no good in my hands any longer.
I understand. Thank you.
It is a weapon against our enemy.
Yes.
It's best to be used instead of wasting away on my person.
We've been looking for this in the Resistance, and apparently you had it all along.
I found it apparently in the attic of the one of the inns in Vallaki, surrounded by a bunch of ravens.
Well,
I've already moved it from one inventory to the other.
Trying to
Just
leak
another
that
attack.
plate and shield. Like, she kept unlocking and locking. I'm like, the hell?
Well, Viviana.
Yep.
Would you like to spend some time to get acquainted with your new necklace?
Yep, I'll take some time doing that.
Go ahead and equip and attune to it. And then you should notice underneath your spell book, you've got some fancy new abilities.
How exciting.
Yep. I mean, I'm excited for you. But your watch ends. Who do you wake up?
I'll wake up Archie.
Okay.
And just as a heads up, like I don't know, I don't want to distract the undead, so just be careful. Like they're all walking around, and I don't want. Sometimes you talk a lot. Just say, don't
What?
distract the undead from doing their jobs. I
That's
know
not possible.
you're probably going to talk to them.
That's
Oh,
not possible. Go get some sleep.
yeah, I'm tired. Good night.
Good night.
Arcadia, Valgwyn, and Savon, the three of you can hit your long rest button. And if you are planning on changing out any spells, now's the time to do so. And congratulations on hitting your upgraded level.
Quick question. I assume Severance is out of my inventory as well.
Yes, you can delete Severance. And remember to level up to 13.
Fuck balls. I meant to look at that.
Gotta change my spells first.
I'm gonna need to be babied into how to level again because I don't know how every time.
Features, class, level drop down. Just change it to 13. Follow the prompts on the screen. And when.
Wait, features, passive ability, class. There we go.
Arcadia, anything you're gonna do in your watch?
I'm looking at the dragon that's sleeping, I imagine. Be like,
Yep.
well,
But the
nothing's
head's
going
moved.
on.
You can tell the head's moved.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
But the eyeballs aren't open.
Nope, they're not open.
Well, that's a good sign. You're moving around. I don't think anything else has happened. So I'm gonna look around. Can I see where's Trix?
Trix is... Well, do you have dark vision?
I don't think so. Being
You don't see
human.
Trix. You don't see Trix at all.
I don't see her.
Nope.
I'm gonna whisper to the dragon. Oh, who do you ask? Trix. Let me tell you about the first time I saw Trix. And I'm just gonna start talking to the dragon while looking around.
Go ahead and give me a perception check at disadvantageous. Because here ye be human.
I can perception check. There.
Yep, you're way more into your story than actually looking around, which checks out.
Mm.
Everybody else can go ahead and hit their long rest and their level up to 13.
Base.
I'm still gonna need help, I'm sorry. I don't remember how to add a spell since I only get the one and change his meta magic. Sorcerer list. Oh no, that's old.
Yeah, that links to the old list still, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's okay. Do.
Okay, I made a new fancy list.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's beautiful.
Who needs the new list? I know Wit does. Let me edit their character sheet to the new spell list. Boop. Delete the old spell list. Bloop. Copy and save. And I bet that's part of spellcasting feature. Yep, it is. So let me edit that. And paste and save. Alright, so if you open the spell list that is either underneath your spellcasting feature or your class, that is the brandest, newest, most awesomest with all the new spells list.
Okay, I gotta find it again. Let's see.
So features, you can like scroll all the way bottom to spellcasting.
There it is. Cool. And I just drag and drop, right?
Affirmative. And this is the actual new format, so you can change it from level to the first letter if you want to see it in alphabetical order. You can change it to the school, or just leave it as level because that's probably the easiest.
If I wanted to then change out, it's just delete one and then drag and drop the other one, because I can change one on the level and then add one. And then how do I change the meta magic? Because I wanted to change out his one of his meta magic abilities.
So you just delete it and then open the meta magic feature that's underneath your passive abilities, because then they're all right there and you just drag and drop.
Okay.
That's going to be the easiest way.
Okay, let's get rid of distant. Oops.
And everybody else just gets their spell list, so that should be it as far as needing a spell list. Granted, none of the new spells are there, but we'll have to figure that out later.
Sorry to burst Wit's bubble, but only because I literally just remade Sorcerer like a couple weeks ago. Sorcerer's versatility only triggers whenever you have an ASI.
So I meant to do it. So I guess, yeah, I'm getting myself confused. So I meant to do it when we leveled the last time, but I got confused with the level. So is it okay if I just do it this time?
Is this the meta magic thing?
That was when we... Yeah, because I wanted to do it, but it was trying to figure that out. I still can't figure out how to do it. I'm so sorry. This is going to be a constant thing with me.
Okay, so under your passive abilities, do you see where it says meta magic under magical guidance?
Oh, under there it is. Okay.
So you just click on the word meta magic, which will open it by and you just grab one, drag it up, drop it anywhere, and it'll just go where it's supposed to go.
Okay. It didn't. Hold on, let me try it again. Quicken spell. Move. There. Okay, I had to drag it specifically where I went. Cool. Okay. Then I'll try the thing. I had Bobby messaging me. He's like, so how do I make a character in Foundry? I was like, buddy.
That's all part of the zero session, Bobby.
That's what I did. That's what I told him. He's very excited. I was like, you just gotta wait for zero session. It's okay. But I'm like, but also never ask me about Foundry. It's not on purpose. I never will ever know what the fuck I'm doing. Ever. Ooh, Crown of Stars. That's